Just for a bit. Yeah, he's got to make a couple.
All right, great. Let's change a few things. Let's
Yeah,
change.
you want it? You can.
We can change things up. Okay, let's see. This is up first. Branch. All right. Hi, Barbara. Nice to see you. I'm good. Whenever you're ready, we'll do it. Okay, we're on. Hello, everybody. This is the Commissioner's Work Session Tuesday, November 12th. Easy for you to say. And up first, we have the Healthy Community Fund Grant Review. Lindsay and Lisa and Barbara are here. More in the audience. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Sure.
Appreciate it. So we're here today to approve the recommendations of the Citizen Grant Review Committee as they currently stand and accept them into the 2020 Pickens County budget. So just a little background on the Healthy Community Fund, though I think many of us know that the Healthy Community Fund is a dedicated property tax fund established in 2002 with the mission of helping Pickens County citizens and employees to be independent, healthy, and safe. Pickens County's grant program is to support nonprofit organizations that serve health and human services or community nonprofits who address community opportunities to enhance the quality of life. A little background on the Citizen Grant Review Committee. So according to the bylaws that were adopted in 2006, the purpose of the Citizen Grant Review Committee is to make recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners regarding the allocation of the dedicated human services and community nonprofit, also known as the Healthy Community Fund, pursuant to number 155 in 2002 and the referendum passed by the electorate in 2002. Functions of the Citizen Grant Review Committee include making recommendations, establishing priorities within the goals for funding, reviewing all of the grant applications and ensuring fiscal and programmatic compliance, and to also review all of the appeals and recommend any actions to the BOCC. This year we had no appeals, therefore there's no additional recommendations to be made around appeals this year. For the 2020 grant process, the Citizen Grant Review Committee was composed of 5 voting community members. They met on September 18th and 19th. City representatives also attend to help inform both their process as well as their human services grant recommendations. Ann Mullins was unable to attend because she was out of town this year, so Tori sat in her place. This year we included Pickens County Financial Board, a Pickens County Financial Board member by the name of Lisa Baker to review requests and identify financial concerns if they saw any. Additionally, we included Pickens County Public Health and Open Space and Trails to review applications for their expertise and understanding of how the county is supporting any environmental efforts as well. So all of our findings from the Citizen Grant Review Committee can be found in the letter that I had handed out to, it should be sitting right in front of you guys today. And we're going to be peppering some of that in just to the presentation as we go through. So before I move forward, do you guys have any questions?
Just wanted to identify out loud for television our committee members.
Yes.
And you've got Barbara here in person today. Thank you for being here, Barbara Reed. Thank you.
Yep, so Barbara Reed, you might have to help me.
Steve Wicks.
Steve Wicks, Molly Cook,
And
Olivia Berkeley.
No, Molly Brooks, as it says.
Brooks,
here.
sorry,
Brooks.
Burks. Sorry. Molly, I think.
Olivia Berkeley is our Aspen High School.
Yep, and she's a senior this year, so this will be her last year on the board.
Brenda
And-
O'Connor,
And Brenda O'Connor
is our
from,
new addition to the group.
right?
Great. Want to thank them all for
Absolutely.
your participation and seeing, you had a very thick stack of applications, I hear, as
Yeah.
always.
It's a great opportunity to serve on this committee, really. I mean, just to review the various nonprofit organizations in some depth is it's a pretty good look into what's happening valley-wide and in the community and how many services are being presented to the community. I love this fund, so it's great to be participating in this.
Must be kind
Yeah.
of gratifying to see what the community is actually doing in that regard.
It really is, yeah. It's exciting, and I'm so glad this fund exists,
Great.
for the community. So,
Perfect.
yeah.
Kelly?
Just two general questions. Has the criteria changed at all from prior years for this year's grant requests? And was anyone rejected?
The criteria has not changed.
and there were no rejections.
There were no rejections.
This year.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were excited to be able to meet the bulk of most of the requests. And we'll talk a little bit more just about how we were able to do that this year too, because we had some money move around in some different places that allowed us to really meet a bulk of the requests,
Okay.
which was exciting.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, you asked criteria, but I was thinking about scrutiny or the way the applications are vetted has probably changed a bit, and you'll talk about that, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay, well, go ahead. Unless there's more.
Any other
from this.
questions? Patty, you look
No,
like.
no,
Right, we're ready for you.
Okay. Okay, so in past years, we've typically presented by goal area versus by going through each individual agency that way. And this year, I'd like to highlight just some big changes that we saw. But if it's okay, we can proceed that way unless you guys have any different ideas about how you'd like to review all of the applications.
What's changed sounds good to me. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll have some specific questions as you go through the different areas.
Mm-hmm. Yep, perfect.
Liz, did you explain the memo from the committee that's sitting in
Mhm.
your seats? You did, I
Yep.
didn't hear it, sorry.
Yeah, it's
Just
okay.
making sure.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. Okay, so this year we had a total, let me see if I can pull up the last page of this. That helps us. Yep, here we go. So as you can see, we had a total of $3,176,059 available to allocate. Net funding. Of that, $1,743,168 was pre-approved by the Board of County Commissioners according to resolution number 059 in 2018, which states the highest priority for funding will go to agencies providing basic health and human needs. Other funding will be allocated based on availability. This includes public health, community health, recovery resources and detox substance abuse services, Mind Springs Health and Mountain Family Health Center's integrated mental health services, Mountain Family Health Center for physical and dental care, senior services, and Healthy Community Fund Management. So you can see in attachment B what's being called as mandated program descriptions. Those are everything that I just listed. So that takes about it takes $1,743,168. The total amount this year being requested in 2020 from 69 community organizations, not including these predetermined amounts up here, is $1,503,000. The CGRC is recommending $1,388,000 be granted. One of the things that's notable to recognize is that core public health here and our core public health functions, community health services or core clinic services, which is subcontracted to provide critical nursing services, there's a reduction that occurred from last year. And that's due to staffing changes and closer oversight of the budget by the Public Health Department. This cleared up $82,446, which was allowed to roll into the Healthy Community Fund for community organizations this year. It's unclear how that's going to be affected in future years, but we were extremely grateful for that this year to come into the fund.
Can you explain that again as an efficiency, or how did you save $80,000? Karen's right behind you. She can come
You
up.
want to speak to that? Is that okay?
I'm just
Come on
wanted
up,
to
Karen.
ask that. That
Yeah.
sounds like a really great thing, and I want to
Yeah.
make sure we understand it and people know about it.
Hello. So we've been working closely with Community Health Services for the last 2 years to really look at budget to actuals and to ensure that what was, we really switched from when they were a grant charitable, they were part of the Healthy Community Fund and part of the charitable grant giving process. Now that they're tucked underneath a contract, we've really been doing a little bit more monitoring around budget to actuals and metrics, and they've worked really. Community Health Services has been amazing, and they've worked really well with us to really determine their actual costs. And so, as Lindsay mentioned, they had a lot of staffing gaps this year, and so their budget to actuals just changed. They had some increased efficiencies that they were doing, and so I think through that whole process, just recognized some cost savings.
Okay, that helps. Thank you. All right. Kelly, sorry.
This may relate to core public health, but kind of as a general question as well. In some of these subgroups, would any money that has not been spent at the end of the year roll back into the Healthy Community Fund? Like, do you reabsorb that? Okay.
Yeah, it goes into the fund balance, into our fund balance.
Okay. And so that would be for like senior services, fund management, those
If
kind
they
of
had,
things? Okay.
yeah.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and the fund balance it's that alone, we often will take money from the fund balance to fund organizations. The Citizen Grant Review Committee likes to spend the fund balance, spend it down, yeah. So it's always nice to have that little cushion and that padding in case we get into something in future years where we need a little bit more money to help an organization start up or something like that. Thanks. Yeah. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. Thanks, Karen. All right, I won't interrupt.
No, it's okay. Thanks for interrupting. Get clarity. This is my first time, so
You're doing great.
thanks. Yeah.
You're both doing great.
Okay, so I'm going to just review the summary of the requests that we have for this year. So we went over the mandated. So let's start here. So we have one new Health and Human Services request this year. I'm gonna go scroll to it. I think it's on the third page there of the first, sorry, I guess it'd be your fourth page.
Yeah, page 4, got it.
Yep, they're called the Freedom Center. This is a new application this year. This application The Citizen Grant Review Committee is recommending for funding. They were seeking $10,000 to support a sober transitional living facility in Carbondale. The CGRC is recommending $8,000.
Right. And, just wondering, how far along are they? I noticed it says the application was incomplete. There was enough material there to give you the confidence, the board the confidence to go forward,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah, there were some applications. You'll see that a few times throughout the notes in these. If an application was incomplete, it could have been something as small as missing one part of financials to, like, actually, we had one application where they had forgotten to answer a question. So we went back and requested that information from them.
I don't know where we are, where we're at here.
Page 4.
On the fourth page of the attachment B,
Under goal 3.
yeah, under goal 3.
Yeah.
Oh, he's on the online version. Right.
So we're further down than this one.
That's why I think it may be
It's
easier.
page 4 of the,
Maybe easier just, I'm rethinking
we usually
this.
start at the beginning.
Maybe easier just go by blocks, because otherwise I'm going to be trying to scroll up and down, trying to find out where you're at.
Sure, we can do that, no problem. So in the beginning, there wasn't anything notably in the first goal area, nothing notable to bring up, no big changes. Organizations who have been strong and continue to. We have partner organizations and also annual. Do you have any questions just about the goal area 1 after reviewing it?
Let's see.
Page 10. On my electronic.
I
document.
noticed, there's a couple of comments I noticed that were sort of repetitive throughout. And so on this first section, which I saw throughout, was committee would like organization to focus on output measures and impact instead of output data.
Yeah.
So do we have some sort of grid that will be easy for staff and for the committee members next year to look at?
It's a great question. Yeah, we love that question. So we have been approved for software to be able to start tracking outcome measures, not just outcomes, but the entire process a little bit more closely, making it more seamless for everyone involved, our applicants, the Citizen Grant Review Committee, and for us to be able to track. It's gonna allow people to input their outcomes into the system, so we will be able to take that data, pull it out, and actually see the impact over each goal area.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that will be a requirement for, certainly for those who are reapplying, perhaps not for new ones, but for those who are reapplying?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and it certainly came up with the Citizen Grant Review Committee this year as well. What organizations should be required to report on outcomes? Because when we have some of the organizations who are, I'm seeing these are all kind of bigger numbers here, but like Stepping Stones, which is getting $5,000. Is that somewhere we want to require where we also have people getting $75,000? Kind of what is community impact? What does that look like? And how do we measure it and track it? Mm-hmm. We've also included in our Healthy Community Fund budget to have some consultation with experts in the field around how to do this better. Because up to this point, I think we're doing a great job by asking people to think about it, and we want to really see what that community impact is.
Mm-hmm. Great, thanks.
I have a really simple, quick
Patty?
question. What does the color orange mean on there?
Yeah,
I'm
good
looking, is there a
question.
graph telling me what I'm
There's no
missing?
key.
I'm not missing it.
Those are all our partner
Okay,
organizations.
So I thought it was
Yeah.
partners, but I'm like, does that tell me that somewhere? Okay. All right, thanks.
Good question.
Can you just explain that to me a little bit more clearly, how an organization becomes a partner versus, I guess, a year-over-year applicant?
Sure. Do you want to talk about that, Lisa?
Sure.
Yep.
If someone requests a partnership, that's how it starts, but usually they're granted on the basis of being a solid partner. They've been around for a long time, they have good financials, they have an impact in the community, they have to show a track record of being successful, and that's what we go on. And then the Citizen Grant Review Committee will look at it and decide what they believe. And so we've done 3-year grants or 3-year partnerships. But now that the fund has been allowed to go for 9 years, we can track over that time what sort of impact they're having. So it's really good that it got extended for 9 years. We'll be able to see instead of, shorter increments. And so partnerships, we just really rely on them to have strong financials, have good outcomes, just be a stronger little organization.
So they won't be scored on the 100-point.
They're scored just like everyone else, but they don't have to fill out an entire application in August. They do what is called a mid-year report, and they do an end-of-year report as well. They just aren't required to input as much financial information annually.
And wasn't one of the original purposes of doing partnerships to allow these organizations to plan a year, instead of just year to year, to plan 3 years out? So they weren't going, okay, well, we have this much money for this year, and what do we do
They
next
can rely
year?
on 3 years of solid funding from us.
Produced better results when they were able to think ahead.
Okay.
Any other questions about goal area 1? Great
So,
question.
well, if it's a Freedom Center, that is in goal area 1?
So that is in goal area 3. Sorry.
Yes.
Yep, goal area
So the
3.
green lines designate.
We're almost there.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see,
No,
the
it's-
green
it's-
line.
it's in
separates
black.
it.
It's in black, yeah. All the new organizations, their organization name will be in black.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Okay, so let's move on to goal area 2. Sorry, this is kind of being a little, won't let me, okay. Start with the Aspen Homeless Shelter. This organization you can see that they're requesting quite a bit more than they have in the past. In past years, they've asked for $40,000. This year, they requested $90,000. This was to expand their current case management services and to also pay for their new data tracking system. The CGRC would like to grant them $75,000 of that request to help pay for the new data tracking system, but also would like to see a really sustainable financial plan in next year's application and moving forward.
Steve?
I don't know if your committee was aware that commissioners put in an extra $50,000 into operating the emergency shelter in St. Mary's for this year. That came as a request that from St. Mary's, that there had been damage in there and they needed to have staff awake all night long to deal with situations there.
I think it was.
So I don't know if that extra money we
It was
put in.
25,000.
Was it
25,000, I think.
25,000 we put in?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if that's included in this, wrapped into the
It's not.
90,000
It's
or
not, and that was part of the conversation. I think that came into the conversation with the Citizen Grant Review Committee. It happened the day that we met, I think, one of the days that we met. So that was definitely brought in to the conversation, and they're really looking to expand. For the $25,000, it's our understand that was a request from St. Mary's and the Aspen Homeless Shelter to address some of the concerns that had come up in the past year around the winter shelter. This request was around an expansion of case management services for their day center and for the data tracking system. So they were two separate requests, but they had, yeah.
But you were aware of the extra donation that we had made?
Yeah,
It was in the paper the day that we met.
I think that's what happened,
Wasn't sure
yeah.
how the lines of communication worked on that and the timing of it.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
Okay.
Are there any other questions about goal area 2?
I just had a general question regarding software and data tracking software, all this. It seems like there's a technology undercurrent just from what I've talked about today. It'd be nice just to have a grip on how much money is being put in toward software programs and I'm a little bit skeptical about software making our lives better.
Or just
Just
more
never seems to live
complicated.
up-
One of the
It never
two,
seems to
yeah.
live up
Reference
to
to
the-
the Aspen Homeless Shelter or to the
Or
Healthy
in
Community
general,
Fund?
yeah. But that, I just thought, okay, if we're buying expensive software, maybe that's the best thing we should be doing, but I just would love to.
You want to make sure they don't come back next year for a FTE to operate the software.
Right.
Or something.
You don't want
That's
that to
right.
happen.
Yeah, the software for the Aspen Homeless Shelter too, it's in tandem with the Housing Stability Coalition, an initiative that's happening right now, both for Pickens County and regionally, to start getting more accurate data on our folks that are homeless in the region and really getting a better understanding of who they are and what their needs are. So it's kind of helping align those two missions.
Yeah, and if that assists with the tracking for the case management, because case management, I think, is huge when it comes to the homeless issues.
Yes.
Okay, Kelly?
Wait a minute. Are we on goal 2 or goal 3?
Goal 2. Still on goal 2, I think. Yeah.
I will wait.
Any other questions on goal 2? Okay, goal 3. Now
Goal
I
3.
can talk about
Go.
the Freedom Center. Yeah. Did you want to ask a question first?
I can wait till your presentation.
Okay. So as I had mentioned before, the Freedom Center is a new organization coming into the fund. And they are really to support transitional sober living in Carbondale. And it looks like they have a lot of treatment options, and they have a 30-day sobriety model
Where are they
for
located?
low-income women.
I think it's going to be in Glenwood, right?
Was it in Glenwood? What's the one in Carbondale next to the White House?
That's a
Pizza.
men's one, I believe.
Jaywalker Lodge. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So similar. This one's specific to women. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So again, a comment I saw now and again, here the application was incomplete. So did you send the application back for them to complete it?
The intention is to get all information that was missing. So a letter went out to each organization, informing them of what was needed for next steps. So some people, you see the outcome measures, that's one where people will come back, or organizations will come back with provide different outcome measures for us. And if they're missing information, we're requesting to get that information as well.
So, because this was a new application, I guess my question was, the original application was incomplete, but you sent it back to them, so they were able to complete the application and send it back to the committee, so you had everything that you needed?
We don't have that information yet, but yes, that's the intention. Mm-hmm.
And next year.
So yeah, I guess I have a little problem with that. I mean, if I'm applying for a grant and I don't have my application completed, chances are I'm not going to get that grant. It's going to come back to me, and I'll either have an opportunity to complete it and send it back in, or I won't be granted. So
So the missing piece may be something just really small. It's not something that was big enough that the CGRC would tend not to fund them. I mean, that's, when it says that in there, that doesn't mean it was, they're missing an entire goal, or they're missing, we can look it up, and I can send it to you exactly what happened in that circumstance.
George, you
And
make
I
a
look
good
at-
point, though, and I think that's something we had a lot of conversation about during the course of these 2 evenings. It's just, what information was coming in, what did we have to go on, how do we get back to people? There's a strong sense that that's important within the committee. And so, as Lisa just stated, I don't think we would give a grant if anything was incomplete to the point of not understanding the request. But at the same time, we thought it was really important to follow up with people and make sure that things were complete and that there's an understanding about some of the different policies, particularly just on different questions. There's a lot of discussion about that in the course of.
okay, because I did notice.
Yeah, just so you
a
know,
few,
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Which I hadn't noticed that as much in the past, which sort of surprised me. So
About the incomplete
Yes.
nature of some of these applications. Mhm.
Yeah, it came up, it was one of the first things that came up in orientation with the Citizen Grant Review Committee was how do we handle, because we had noticed that there were some applications that maybe they came in late, they didn't come in with all the information. How do we want to handle this moving forward for this year, and then also looking into future years? And we are hopeful. One of the selling points of a lot of the software is that it doesn't allow them to miss information. Right now, there's a lot of room for error with our current system, with spreadsheets and PDFs that you fill out, and you can miss a question and not even realize it. Software wouldn't allow that to happen. So it'd say incomplete, you can't submit it yet. It also wouldn't allow for applications to be submitted late.
Oh, great.
So there'd be kind of a hard.
So we'll expect not to see that so much next year.
That's what we're hoping.
There you go, the benefit of software, Greg.
Okay, see, now I'm sure
We'll
selling
see.
it.
We'll see. Yeah, stay tuned.
They're hard
We'll see.
to run it.
This is
So I have a-
hardware in this case. It's like
I have a
hardware.
question. If somebody, or do we ever think of this, if somebody submits their application that's not complete, we're gonna give them the grant. Do we hold the grant till they complete it?
It's a good question.
If it's important information, yes.
Then what George was saying, if it's important information, should the grant even be given to begin with?
Right.
True. So my thing is if we want to move forward with the grant, should we not think about requiring them to at least complete the application before they actually get the money? Food for thought, maybe, to be considered next year.
I mean, it came to the point that certain ones were submitted that they hadn't saved it, so there were attachments that were blank. And knowing that that was just an error on their part and that they had actually filled it out, we would give them a second chance to input them. But with hardware, we won't have to make that decision anymore.
Hardware,
I mean,
software, yeah.
Hardware, software, you know.
Just that kind of wear stuff
Yeah.
that wears on you.
It's
But anyway,
definitely-
just food for thought that if we might want to think about that because as George said, when we submit something to GOCO, it's one chance.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
You know, I don't want to be too tough, but we need to be careful with our taxpayer dollars that we're.
Yeah,
Yes.
if it comes to us with an incomplete notice, that's kind of the red flag, right? We're the last stop on the bus. So
Sure.
if it shouldn't really come to us with an incomplete, is the way I feel. That it's great to see all the information you're putting in, but maybe that's TMI for us. If it's really
hide that section.
insignificant, don't enter it. I don't know.
Sure.
Anything else on that, Kelly?
I guess I just noticed in the memo that you had handed out today that you did summarize the fact that this was a point of discussion. And I guess my question is does the committee need to set the expectation with the applicants about how something late would be treated? Like, was that expectation just not clear? And so the committee felt like, well, we need to be a little lenient here because we weren't clear that there was going to be a hard line. Is that the conflict that was run into?
Yeah, the tension comes between these extremely valued organizations, and if there's something incomplete because of human error, that is that reason enough to not continue funding them. And if for some of these organizations, it would take away the organization. So I think that's where that tension was. It's pretty clear on the application. It says no late submissions. With that being said, it's I think for the same tension that I was just referring to, it can be really tough if it's an organization that's so vital to our community.
Sure.
to-
And we could run into that regardless
Sure.
of software. Someone could upload an old PDF rather
Sure.
than a final. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we always think software will be the light, the answer. So
I'd love to incentivize, maybe you think of ways to incentivize them to get it all in on time, done right, or they get docked 5%, or I don't know, just suggesting, like, how do you incentivize
Yeah.
somebody to go all the way? If they want the money, they should go all the way, right? And check, cross the I's and dot the T's, as I do, just before it comes to us, it just seems like that's the protocol that's accepted everywhere.
yeah.
Just thinking going forward. Maybe there's something you can do to give them an extra additional incentive to get the thing done right. It would make your lives a lot easier, right?
Yes.
And then we wouldn't be here asking these questions.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Not to belabor the point, just a thought. Okay, what's next,
Any more questions with goal area? Yeah, go
Kelly?
ahead.
I just have a question in the narrative under request summary for the Hope Center. where they referred to their work, including clinician support on a 911 scene. And does that duplicate services at all with our PACT program?
Yeah, so that's an important question, and there's lots of conversation. There's mental health strategic planning happening right now as well, just around all of the services in our community. Really, this is intended for specific incident support. So on a 911 scene where maybe there's a car crash and there's a death or something like a fatality, and they're there to offer that support right in that moment. And my understanding that the differences of that in the PACT, the Picken Area Co-Responder, is that that's really support for mental health support and substance abuse support for individuals at a scene. It may be a 911, but the incident, it's not an emergency incident. In that way. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, like avalanche, where they're being called for avalanche support, grief support.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It really is different in nature. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so for Health and Human Services, that wraps up the 3 goal areas.
Do
Yeah.
one more question. With regards to the West Springs Hospital, any sense of how many uninsured patients $20,000 might help support?
I can look on their annual, their year-end report, and it will say how many people they have served. And I can send that to you. 14?
14
Okay.
admissions.
Okay, great.
Of
thanks.
uninsured?
Most of the people
Most of
who
their
go
clients
there
are?
uninsured or Medicaid. Insured people tend to go somewhere else if
Okay.
if they have a choice.
Thank you.
Okay. If there's no final questions, that wraps up the Health and Human Services grant requests. And we'll move to the community nonprofit. Starting, which is our biggest category, starting with goal area 5. Environmental health, cultural, recreational, and educational treasures. So we had a number of new applicants in CNP, the community nonprofit, this year. Let's see, so we'll start here at the top with Ascendigo Autism. So Ascendigo Autism has a $10,000 request, and the Citizen Grant Review Committee is recommending $5,000. Saw it as a valuable service, and really focus is their support on autism programs such as the Adventure Camp for Autumn and Winter, Life Enrichment, and Adult Services Program and Outreach, and they do in-school or in-home and school consultations.
I just had a question about, it says new after Ascendigo. I know they've been around. It looks like they were a recipient in 2018.
Yeah, and then they didn't apply again. and
In
then they came
2019,
back.
Oh, they
and
didn't,
now they're
okay, so
coming
it
back.
gets, they
Yeah.
go back into new category.
Yeah,
Okay,
they weave in and out.
all right,
A few of them are that way, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, where they kind of leave and then come back and whatever the needs are for those organizations. So Blue Star Recyclers is a new organization. They came in with a $25,000 request. The Citizen Grant Review Committee is recommending $15,000. The funding is really to support, there's some new programming that they're bringing to our valley, and it's around, it's a recycling program with the intention of providing vocational training for young adults with disabilities. So,
George?
Yeah, so what is that? I mean, we've got, most of the communities now have curbside recycling or programs like that. We've got a recycling program at our landfill. So what are new Roaring Fork recycling operations look like?
a lot of their application is in tandem with landfill or our waste center and other organizations. So it looks like they're partnering quite a bit all the way down the valley with the programs that exist right now. It's unclear how that's going to look for the next year.
I mean, we've never heard anyone working with our landfill, so unless I've missed something.
Yeah, it's funny because I had actually reached out to Kathy Hall to ask her
Yeah.
about it as well, and she said that they had been working with Blue Star Recyclers.
Yeah, we'd like to hear more, I think, because I don't know what the nexus is between recycling and vocational training for people with disabilities. So I think I'm interested. I want to see what the program actually
They're really
does.
established in Colorado Springs, and so they're trying to replicate it here.
That'd be great if we could get some more information at some point from Kathy Hall or as to what that means, or how we creating jobs or within the recycling industry.
Yeah,
What it sounds like.
yeah, especially in light of the fact that the Mid-Valley Recycling Center by Waste Management may be closing in January, which will leave a huge void for people who have been utilizing that for many years.
Yeah.
Does that
So-
have to do with electronics recycling and dismantling?
I believe so.
Yep. Yeah.
What was it, Connie?
Electronic recycling or appliance recycling, things like that. Okay.
Yeah, I think that it has to do with electronics recycling, where there's a need to dismantle, say, an old computer or an old electronic device into different components that can then be recycled.
Well, that makes
And
sense.
that it
Interesting to find
provides
out more.
work opportunities for people with developmental disabilities to be able to actually perform that work of the separating of the parts, and then you can actually recycle some of the electronics.
No, all right, that makes sense.
What I'm hearing is there's a little concern because we don't know anything about them. It sounds like Kathy's been talking to them. Maybe there's fulfilling a need that we don't. Do we want to hear a presentation?
No, I just think she could
Ma'am,
just
are
send
you-
us off. She's probably got some
In the
flyers
next
and
report
paper.
with Kathy, we'll see her again soon, I'm sure.
Or she could just send us some.
Okay, great. Just so if everyone's comfortable with that, keep moving. All right.
Great. Okay. So the next new organization is Junior Achievement of the Roaring Fork Valley. They're requesting $5,000 and the CGRC is recommending $4,000. Funding will support programming of 13 integrated sequential K through 12 educational programs in business economics, personal finance, and entrepreneurship, all delivered by volunteers.
And is the volunteer pool from the community or specific subset? Or I'm just wondering where do the volunteers come that I've heard about Junior Achievement, but I really
It's a
don't know.
national program.
Yeah.
It's the local.
Did anybody sign up to volunteer to do that?
You know, I'm not sure, but I
that'd be
can,
nice to know.
think
I
you
can find out,
I
yeah.
think it does. It draws from people in the banking industry, people in the finance investment industry. I just think it's kind of interesting that they're promoting these programs over here, and they need more financial reporting for next year, and so maybe we can get them to take advantage of the
Of their services.
First customer. They can be their own first customer. Okay.
Well, writing grants is not always easy, so I'm not. I mean, it can be tough. It is tough when you haven't been familiar
She's
with
partly
writing grants.
joking.
Well, that's just one thing they pointed out. I was reading it.
Grant writing should be one of the skills they teach.
Yeah, I never learned that. I learned that one on the fly.
That's a tough one.
Yep. Okay, our next new is Summit 54. And this funding, they requested that they came in with a pretty big ask, $35,000. Citizen Grant Review Committee is recommending $15,000. This funding the intention is to help support a 5-week summer education enrichment program in Basalt, Carbondale, and Glenwood Springs.
So another question for that would be, and I think we've asked this many times, how many people within Pickens County is this program serving? I mean, I don't mind that if it's being performed in the Mid-Valley region or Down Valley region, but what's the connection back to people who either work in Pickens County or live in Pickens County? Because I think these programs are great, but for, again,
Yeah,
for,
and that is a question that we ask and look at, and that is
Yeah.
on the application, as well as the board membership for these different organizations to see where the board resides, and we really go back and request that they have
Right.
board membership from Pitkin County. So, but I
we have
think,
some Pitkin County oversight because
no,
we
that's
have
an
to do that with
important
Pitkin County
consideration,
taxpayer
yeah.
dollars. We need to
Yeah.
be able to do
Or,
that.
in the demographic, what's the age range for this? Is it K through 12 or is it adults or it says education enrichment?
for this one, but
Yeah.
it's, you've got a big working population in Pitkin County too.
Right, right.
Even though people are residing in other,
And we're okay with that.
counties,
We
for
just like
example.
to
Yeah.
make sure that that's
No.
what,
yeah.
On their mid-year reports, they do report out on their numbers for Pitkin County.
populations are,
Mhm,
yeah, I think that's
specific,
important
yeah.
If you're in.
Yeah.
Great. Kelly?
Summer education enrichment sounds rather general. Do they have any specific either population they're focused on or area?
I
of
think it was,
education?
and I think this was at-risk kids, but also that idea that you lose so much over the summer, and that to have academic enrichment is just huge,
Keep 'em
along
focused.
with some meals served, even for the well-being of children that could use that support
Get
as
breakfast,
well.
lunch, and dinner. yeah.
It's a neat program, as I remember. Some of these different summer enrichment and after-school programs seem absolutely critical to the working population in Pitkin County. This is the
Your group
impression
gave it
that
a
we
high-
got
pretty high
from these
score.
applications, yeah.
It's like a pretty good score too, so it.
Yeah.
Okay. And then West Mountain Regional Health Alliance.
Yep, they're one of our new organizations coming into the fund as well. They requested $20,000. The Citizen Grant Review Committee recommends $8,000. It was a little just unclear on the work. It was pretty general in the application. The funding is there to support their mission of creating a more robust health system in the region by creating and expanding a diverse network of collaborations.
And how does this compare with our Valley Health Alliance? Did anybody bring in Mr. Peacock into this question and ask him if there's a redundancy?
Karen can answer that.
Yeah, sure.
Karen's on their board, so
Not just because when it says application did not clarify the work that they're doing.
We can also, we've got a chair in the corner too, if you want to.
The other thing, along with why you're going to respond, Karen, to Patty's question is, my note was a question with a duplication of services.
Yeah, I would say that the Valley Health Alliance is focused much more on the 5 major employers' workplace employment, looking at health care and healthcare costs. West Mountain Regional Health Alliance is more of a regional approach to looking at, they've been doing the AHCM, which is the Accountable Communities model, where they've been going into healthcare providers and having having people take a survey to see how they're connected to the social determinants of health. So do they have food security? Do they have transportation to their employment? So it's very provider-based and very much driven by social determinants of health. They've expanded out into looking at supportive housing, so working around with the Housing Stability Coalition and trying to implement or potentially implementing supportive housing in the region. So I would say there's a component of healthcare, but they've really broadened their scope to look at determinants of health through the region. They've broadened their scope to look at how human service, public health, and hospitals are working together around hospital transformation. So I would say, without getting into too much complexity, that there's not duplication, but Chris McDowell is the chair of the West Mountain Regional Health Alliance board. And so any alignment as the executive director of the Valley Health Alliance, he would be making those connections and seeing where they lie. So there's a lot of overlap and connection there.
I'd like, if they come back next year, to have a more fully vetted. We have such minimal dollars. It's looming even more so as we go into 2020, and needs around health and mental health that I think we need to be really careful. I'd just like to see where they go.
Kelly has a comment, question.
Yeah, just I guess administratively, is this the appropriate goal area for this to live? sort of jumped out at me as maybe being up with Mountain Family Health grouping.
Yeah, it's a good question.
So under a different category in here, you said,
Yeah. And the I mean, the public health, I guess, aligns with sort of with environmental health, but just sounds like based on that work, that may be goal area 2. Something to consider.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I think it was tough because it was a little bit vague.
Yeah.
So it was unclear. And just, Patty, about your comment to just further vet and better understand for if they come back in next year, so we can be more clear about where
let's see where they've been and where they're going.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I had one other question in this category.
Yeah.
I think one other question. Under Colorado Wild Public Lands, under the description, it says funds will be used to analyze and comment on land exchanges. I don't know that we had any land exchanges last year in the county, or even in the valley. So I just wonder how those dollars, if that's how they're going to utilize those dollars. I wonder if because it's probably, it looks like it's a Colorado nonprofit. Are we funding for looking at land exchanges
They're based out of Basalt.
down in the Sangre de Cristo? So I don't see the nexus here.
They came and did a presentation for our pod meeting, and they're following policy issues locally, and there was the Sudi land exchange which sort of got them going, and they are monitoring BLM land exchanges that are going to be coming down the pike. So they have ears to the ground, and they do the research. As soon as it comes up, they know about it and they act on it.
I think they've also been involved in looking at things like the CORE Act, looking at the recent issues of closures of roads for public access within Pickens County.
Exactly.
To
Okay.
see how they can help facilitate
Yeah,
those
all right.
local issues.
Sometimes the descriptions, it's a little vague for us to
Yeah.
look at.
Yeah, I understand.
We got a lot of,
We can give you all the applications.
No, that's okay. I'd rather just, I'd just rather ask and answer. It's much
you
easier.
used to do that for us, and we were really grateful.
Yeah. Kelly?
I have a question with regards of Friends of the CIAC. What is unusual about this, the line for this request, is that you have monies in both the partner amount and the annual amount, which
Yes.
I haven't seen elsewhere.
Friends of what?
It's a one-off.
Page are you on? Where are you?
Page 7, still in the same goal area.
So if you look at the comments, we're giving them a one-time $5,000 annual award for the avalanche study of the incidents from last March, because it was like a 500-year avalanche freak out. So they're trying to figure out, they're trying to study that. So that's a one-time allowance for them.
Thank you.
I think last year was more than 500. It was a never happened before ever avalanche year.
So, and then one other question I have, and I see we've got someone here from Wilderness Workshop, Will. And I know we talked about this last year in terms of the air monitoring program, and Will did a presentation to the board on that. But this year, we're looking at, the request is just utilizing those dollars for general operating purposes only. So then, how do you do the reporting for that?
Yeah,
Everyone's general operating.
yeah,
Everyone's general operating, so,
Yeah, so we've had a lot of conversations about what that actually looks like, because it can be complicated or not. So when reporting out on just what Wilderness Workshop is, what they're doing, it was really to pull back from specific projects like air monitoring and the good work that they're doing. So how do we look at outcome measures that measure that instead? So implementing things like surveys when they do education for the community, things like that, to start kind of getting a touch point on what the work that they're doing and getting a better understanding. Yeah.
Oh, great.
Thanks for coming, Will.
Did you have anything else you wanted to say?
No, I think the general support fits really well with kind of the goals of this program of.
Will, come on up and, might as well, if you're gonna come, yeah, thanks for coming down. You may as well come up and say it in the microphone. That way, we got you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, guys. Will Roush, Executive Director of the Wilderness Workshop. Thanks to the commissioners and the Healthy Community Fund for all the support. I think having the grant be for general operating purposes makes a lot of sense, given a lot of the criteria for community-based organizations that the county has, that it's really to enhance the natural resources and the quality of life for citizens. A lot of our work has to do with educating and then empowering citizens to take action on issues around public lands. Public lands, as you guys probably know, make up more than 80% of the county. It's why so many folks are here. It underlies our economy. So I think educating and empowering folks to take action on matters that affect public lands is a really great way for the county to ensure those public lands continue to be protected. So I'm excited that it's a shift from these specific programs to something more general, and we're just kind of nailing down how we'll measure that, because it's different than, say, organizations that provide direct services, meals or number of patients served or something like that. So we're looking at things like number of comments or number of projects that we engage on public lands. And then, I think just working with the county, some of our campaigns, as you guys know, take place over decades. We've been working together on the Thompson Divide for over a decade, and so there's not an outcome every year necessarily, but I think both our organizations agree it's still worth working on for those kind of once in a decade outcomes of canceling 25 illegal leases, for instance, in the Thompson Divide. So thank you guys.
Thanks, Will.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Will. Thanks for coming in.
All right, so those were the new, are there any other questions for this goal area?
Steve?
You had asked on the letter you handed out today that we consider separating the environmental agencies into their own goal area. And then it mentions climate change continuing to be a high priority. And I was just looking through the different groups, and there were some of them have maybe part of their mission has to do with environmental things or with climate change issues, but I was wondering if you had specific recommendation as to which organizations you would separate out into another category under environmental groups.
Yeah, that's a good question. I believe that historically it was separated out, and then it was combined a year ago, and now the request is being made again to separate them out, especially as we get a little bit more clear on how to measure community impact. I think it would be nice, and this really came from the Citizen Grant Review Committee, also because that CNP, the goal area 5 is so big that it would be nice to be able to pull it out and really see priorities for each of these organizations and kind of hone in on them a little bit more to better understand what the impact would be of those organizations.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in climate change action in general, virtually any organization could take positive steps to lower their carbon footprint, for instance.
Sure.
And maybe you should consider adding a question about what is your organization doing to reduce your carbon footprint or to address climate change issues. And it some of them don't have a whole lot to do with that in their mission, but just in the way they run their organization, they could probably make it a little bit greener organization.
Sure.
So we're adding that to almost everything that we've run through staff now. So I think that's really appropriate, Steve.
Yeah,
Thanks for
thank you,
bringing that
Steve.
up.
I think that would be a great thing to add. I'd support adding that, only, asking them what their climate action plan is and to be prepared to report on it when they come back to us with their reports.
Are you going to touch on this letter when you're done with your financial presentation? Because there's
Yeah,
a few.
that's
Okay,
the
then
next
I'll
part.
hold off.
Okay. But that's where we're going, so let's,
I'll
so
wait
if
till
we
you
don't
get
have
there.
any more questions in goal area 5, I'm gonna move into the citizen grant review, their impressions and recommendations, and asking Barbara to fill in if I miss anything. Thank you. So the Citizen Grant Review Committee continues to be impressed that the Healthy Community Fund plays such a pivotal role in the budgets of so many of our local nonprofits. And the team was really excited this year to be able to meet a bulk of those requests. The Citizen Grant Review Committee has some concern with the amount of funding that continues to grow with predetermined or mandated critical health services. Each year, the concern is with the decrease of funding that's happening to the community organizations. So it's the difference between this here, all of this, and that each year that continues to grow that number, because it's based on percentages for each. And as the fund grows, it grows. And the totals for each of these for all of the organizations and how much they can be funded.
Can I ask a question? Is
Yeah,
there
please.
anything in the voter language that said this percent to this percent, like we did with, healthy or open space and trails?
Yeah, it's specific percentages for each of those areas.
Yeah, but
That's
at a total
predetermined.
percent that's for mandated services, and then that would leave X percent for awards and grants.
Good
Looking
question.
at Nan behind you.
Yeah.
Because, we're very clear with open space and trails, this percent with this percent, this percent.
Hi, Nan Sundin, Human Services. The resolution approving the ballot question identifies large pots of percentages, so 22% for public health. So that includes the core nursing services and public health. And then and for senior services, a percentage, 15%, and then human services, a percent, and community nonprofits. So those are the only percentages that are mandated by the resolution. And then when you all enter into intergovernmental agreements, you obligate other funds, like for detox or for the RFP for mental health. And so that's where we call it mandated services, but really what we're talking about, some that are mandated and some that are previously obligated through intergovernmental agreements. And so there isn't a percentage that says, you'll have 60% will be obligated funds, right? So I think
kind
for
of
the
this
grant review committee, what there's, it's hard because like the detox costs went up. And so that plus the growth in inflation of the other mandated services. And so they're seeing not so much less money that's discretionary, but tighter funds that's discretionary.
And chances are in the next years,
It's going to get
it's
tighter.
going to get tighter with the
Yes.
demands going up for mental health issues, detox issues, those kind of services.
So the question is whether or not we want to obligate through intergovernmental agreements, or we want to use the discretion of the grant process and grant applications and that kind of thing.
So a broader discussion at some time during this next year.
Yes.
Okay.
Does
that was
speak
another
to
issue
what
off
your
the letter.
experience was? Yeah. Yeah.
Any other questions about that? Thank you, Nan.
We're good? Thank you. keep on going.
Okay. So this is the piece that Steve was just talking about, considering goal area 5 be separated. So environmental agencies have their own goal area, so we can really start to track actual community impact with those organizations.
We would probably need to change the title from environmental, which is a little confusing, to sort of natural resources and environmental, because in the past it was ACES, it was the 14ers, it was Independence Past Foundation. So probably one piece of work that we need to do is go back and look at the goals and the definitions of each goal and make sure that we have the right agencies involved.
What would you gain by doing that?
Well, one would be transparency, like here's where we're spending money. The other is that Lindsay and Lisa and the team are really focused on outcomes and what's the impact that we're making. And it could be helpful to separate the community nonprofit list so you can see what impact are we making on the environment and natural resources, and versus what impact are we making for the discretionary community treasures that are nonprofits. So it's just sort of understanding and breaking it down a little. It's a lot of money, and it just helps the community and the grant review committee and everyone who looks at it break it down to be able to see the impact that we're making.
Bigger discussion for sure.
Yeah, because as Will noted from Wilderness Workshop, many of these initiatives carry on for years and years and years. So I know we had it in years ago, and then we took it out, and because I think that discussion was, well, all these organizations at some point address environmental concerns and issues.
Do you know the reason why we combined it last year was optics related to the ballot question? And we wanted to show that the money was really divided almost in quarters by goal area. And I think that we don't need to do that now. So we can be more specific, and we can see X amount of dollars are going in this direction. And also, the more we can articulate the goals of the fund and better articulate them, the more we could actually require and request outcomes that show impact toward those goals.
Yeah. Well said. I think the better defined the goals are, the organizations will have, it will be easier for them to identify their outcomes that way.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So one of the opportunities that came up was the Citizen Grant Review Committee would like further clarity on some of the application questions. And one of the examples of this is when an organization is requesting an increase in their financials, it was always really unclear as to why. So including a question on there that really drills down so that the committee can better understand why they're asking for an increase in funding, especially if it's substantial.
So you're saying rather than just, it's a cost in operating has gone up, or it's a cost related to these new programs we want to start to provide.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
These are great recommendations. It's nice to see this
Yeah,
letter.
this was really great to set
Really
up from
helpful.
them.
It asks all the questions we've been anxious to ask. Right?
Yeah. They've kind of been peppered. They've been coming up. You guys have had the similar concerns that the Citizen Grant Review Committee has had,
That's great.
which is nice that there's that alignment. So the last thing is the Citizen Grant Review Committee would like to see that goals and outcomes, and this kind of also ties to the separation of environmental as well, just that they're more clearly outlined and defined, as well as ask to the Healthy Community Fund staff to explore best practices around how to do that, how to best measure community impact, with a grant program like this. I think that pretty much captures. Did I miss anything from that?
That's good.
Yeah, the one point that I want to just bring up was the minority opinion about the undocumented residents. Is that something we need to run by legal to find out if that's impacting us? I don't want to say we're not going to serve undocumented residents. Just want to find out how this question, the public charge rule, changes things in the manner in which we've been doing business.
When this issue first came up, it came up during the reviews as the committee was looking through the applications, and we contacted the attorney right away. And the general information that the attorney gave to us was that we cannot not fund organizations that are offering basic needs services to the community. It's really clear in our contract that it says that the funding that they're receiving through this grant cannot be used to fund individuals who are undocumented.
Do we ask people to prove their documentation when they get a service for windwalkers?
Well,
onus is on them.
Yeah, we don't. The contract itself, because
so
they
it's a
signed
step
the
away.
contract. Yeah.
Like we would do in regular contracting of services for a building. It's
Mhm.
really up to the
Exactly.
subcontractor, not up to us, right?
But also, I mean, you know, you're taking an assumption with the current administration that all the crazy things that Mr. Trump is trying to do end up in court and are not actually allowed. And so this is just an upcoming public charge rule changes that's in the court. So it's really doesn't even.
Right.
Yeah.
We shouldn't even be considering this because of all the other crazy things he's doing, and very little is actually he's actually able to get accomplished because they're ethically or morally unjust.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I think the manner in which we've discussed it and the input from legal makes me comfortable with, because that's what we do with contractors. So we're good.
Yeah.
But I appreciate somebody bringing it up because it's a question and we're hearing it from different sectors all the way around. So
Yeah. Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah.
So how much money do you want?
I just have a couple of questions before you, and just listening, and just to be clear, accountability came up a lot in the grant review, in particular late applications, incomplete applications, things you've been talking about. I believe that Grant Review Committee is ready to move to a harder line. And so I just want to see, do you all support that? There are things that happen, life happens, and we're not talking about that so much as I just missed it, I forgot, or that kind of thing. But I think that would help the Grant Review Committee because they spend a lot of time on, should we accept this application, should we not? They're a great service, la la la. So I just think if you all have an opinion, that would be helpful to them.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly do, and I think we've talked about that, and hopefully, as you said, the new software will help. But, you know, as a county, staff sends out, applies for grants all around the country, and if a grant is not complete, if it's late, it's not accepted. And there's a tremendous amount of demand for limited dollars, and it's on the owners of the applicants to make sure that their grants are on time and everything is filled out that's asked for. And because there's someone else in line that needs those services, and we're happy to fund these important nonprofits, but they have a responsibility as well. So I would take a harder line. And you know what? Your application is not complete, or we asked you for your financials to be separated last year. Again, you didn't do it this year. Come back next year and try again.
We've had people in the past who've been It's their nature to be late or incomplete. And I think George is right. We may have some extenuating circumstances under a late application on somebody who's been timely in the past. But I think if somebody comes in and says, oh, there was a deadline, yeah, there's a deadline. Or, oh, I was supposed to give you complete financials, yeah. And again, a time frame of, okay, you didn't put it complete, substantially complete, but you forgot this page because there was a glitch in your software. Get it to us in set a timely manner for them to respond so that we do have complete applications on the books. I think that's important.
Kelly or Steve, anything to add to that?
Because it is money that's needed by so many throughout the valley who are timely and complete, and not to say that the other agencies wouldn't be worthy, it's we got to get people in this same loop.
Yeah. When you look down through the list, there are some groups didn't get the full amount they requested, and if we ended up with $20 or $30 or $50,000 that somebody blew their application, we probably have a place we could put that in with another organization for that year. I think the groups, if they lose their funding for 1 year, they'd be a little bit more on the ball than next year.
Do you want to add something, Barbara?
No, it's just an interesting question because we really have struggled with it, and it's what you all are describing, like you want to take a firm line because it does matter, and yet there are these, people come in with reasons that you also want to listen to, and it's interesting discussion to have about what to do. But I do think if people understood the problem, they might pay more attention to the deadline.
Yeah, and that we mean it.
And and we were, a couple of the suggestions we had this year, just to see what you all think about these, were included, taking people off a partnership to an annual the next year. In other words, that's a really different application to need to submit the next year, so there was a consequence. We also talked about getting back to them about our concern in a really very conscious manner so that they understood how concerned we were. And then thirdly, if somebody did it again, like a second time,
Done.
that was a real problem. Just a sort of a cutoff at that point. And I don't know if that sounds reasonable to you all as sort of
I
consequences
think it does.
to
The partnership is a
actions.
privilege, and it's shown that they've had good track record, and doesn't mean they can scapegoat it once they're a partner. So I think that is something they need to take seriously, and I do think there are exceptions. And if you want to come up with a policy or some kind of guidelines, so you're not going, is this the exception or not? It gives you, the board, the committee, some basics, so you're not having to kind of wiggle in or wiggle out.
I'd support that. I think that nobody should have the expectation that they're just going to get a grant next year.
Yeah.
Without coming back in and being accountable, providing the documentation, complete the application, because there's no guarantee they're going to get it. As has been pointed out, there are other organizations aren't fully funded because we're trying to split it amongst them all. So if they're not going to take it seriously, then we won't either.
And you don't necessarily get the feeling that people aren't taking it seriously, they just make mistakes too. But also, I think the other thing we've really tried to do is get back to people in very specific ways about their applications and observations about it without overstepping our
Kind of educational
boundaries.
That's
But
great. It's great that you
just
do
to
that.
try to give them a sense of what we're seeing in the application, which I think is really helpful because then people can respond to that the next year as well.
Well,
in
it can
terms
also
of
help them
their-
with other grants that they're writing.
Yeah.
That's a great
It's an
community
educational-
service that you're providing, that your group is providing, to give them the feedback and help them become more successful, in
That's
doing
what's so
this.
great about having a collective group, including the people from Pickens County. You've got a wonderful staff working on this, and it really helps the conversation. You sort of get someplace sometimes in those conversations about how you want to handle situations. But again, I'll say to you, it's such a good fund, and there's so many good groups out there. It's exciting to read these applications and realize what people are doing out in our valley.
Patty?
So I have a challenge for you all. Find us another youth member.
Oh, right.
Working on it.
You're working on it?
For
Okay.
applications, that's
You
right.
too, I'll challenge you, Greg, because you've got that instinct.
Same
Well, I know.
challenge.
Olivia's
to you.
something I'm sorry to see her go. I heard that Olivia our youth member was actually one of the tougher board members.
Yeah,
that well, there's some.
That
interesting-
first year,
She
Super
was
tough.
great, and she was very,
Yes.
committed
Rigorous.
and
Great.
responsive, and it was fun to hear what she had to say
She sets a
about
high
things.
bar. That's great.
Yeah.
Did her
Yeah.
homework, that's for sure.
I wanted to say that Pat Bingham, who's watching upstairs on our closed circuit or on our open circuit feed to Grassroots, said she's been watching the work session. We asked about Blue Star recyclers, and she said that we've actually run an ad about the work that they've offered with e-waste in the past, and that they partners with Ascendigo that helps people with autism. They offer job training for people with disabilities. And she said that when they partnered on e-waste day, she remembered hearing that they were trying to find, it sounds like a very successful, e-waste day was a smashing success. So they're part of that. So because I didn't connect the name of Blue Star. So just so you know, they're an ongoing part of working with Ascendigo and our e-waste recycling program. Hopefully that was, just
And
good to know.
I can also follow, I did send Kathy an email, and she's gonna do a written report that she can have done, I believe, by tomorrow, so maybe we can have that
Supposed to
reported
be
back.
accepting an award today.
Well, she's
She
in
said her
Boulder.
See
her
people.
next time here is the 31st, I thought, but,
Yeah, she's in Boulder, isn't she?
Yeah, I don't know.
yeah.
She's
yeah, so-
accepting an award on all of our behalf today, but she did all the work, so.
Yeah.
I
But
just
we'll get a
wanted
written
to-
report as well for you.
Separate from that, and related to that, is just a reminder that the Grant Review Committee has these comments. These comments go in the award letter. And so we're tracking them to make sure that there are changes from year to year. Staff does that. The other is that we use the contracts if there are really specific issues. We will use a contract to outline expectations that something needs to change. And the last is that Lisa and Lindsay do site visits every year, not to every agency, but often the priority for us are agencies that didn't do well in the grant application.
Well, I saw that Smiling Goats, Happy Goats, Smiling Goats, wants to do it. I think that'd be fun. Do they really have goats up there that smile?
Sure.
I bet there's goods.
We need to.
After our site visit, we'll let
That's
you
a
know.
site visit I think we definitely need to have. George, don't you want to go on that one?
And the last thing that I have is in the past, we would make a hard copy of the grants and leave it in your office. And on the far right, you have the summary that Lindsay read of each agency, and it is really broad because, of course, we're reading 20 to 30 pages of each grant application. So I'm wondering, while you may not want to read them, one of the things we could do in the future is just make sure you all have a thumb drive. So if you want to look it up.
We don't all need one. If you just post one on the floor that anybody who wants to access.
Okay.
It'd be nice to be able to go and dig into the specifics of this.
I have
Things
one
that
thumb
you
drive
have
now, two
questions
would
about
confuse me.
and, the specifics, because the grant review committee and staff have poured through this. And obviously, when it gets to 68, the details start to be like, bleh.
Right.
I don't
just
know.
think access for the board upstairs for all five of us if we wanted to
Yeah,
chat.
we'll get
then
you a
it'd be
thumb
perfect.
drive and you can,
Board
or
and-
put it
and
on a
public,
drive.
right?
We'll
It's
put it on
public
a drive
information.
for you.
Something.
Yeah.
It's available to the public. So in closing, if we're closing yet, just the Citizens Grant Review Committee has done an amazing job. And we're so dependent upon you to help us to make decisions like this, and so grateful. So please extend this to all the other members of this committee and thank them for us.
Yeah, good
Thank
job.
you. Thank you, yeah,
This is one of the good things we get to do.
yeah.
One of the many, but this is one
And
of
we'll
the
back them
fun
up
stuff.
if they feel they need to be, demand more scrutiny or more, abeyance to a deadline. We're going to back you up on that. Okay, is that it? Are we
Thank you.
done?
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you.
That's it.
Thanks.
that was fun.
I don't know where we're going because we don't have the DA is supposed to be here, right?
He's on his way,
I'm
I
gonna
guess.
take a break.
We can take 5 minutes, everybody? Grassroots, 5-minute
Thanks, you
break?
guys.
Eight,
Good to
I'm gonna
see
call it
you
an
again.
8-minute break.
Like the- yeah,
Get us back on schedule.
Let's see if we get back in 8 minutes. 4 o'clock.
Appreciate you guys so much.
Okay, we're back. And up next, we have the District Attorney 2020 proposed budget. And Connie's here, but she's not in the front row. Jeff's here with his crew. And please introduce your guys and let's do this.
Well, first of all, thank
Welcome.
you so much for having us. It's good to see Greg, Patty, and George, and Steve, who will be coming in soon again. And it's great to meet you, Kelly. I'm flanked by Bill Brunworth, our office manager, office administrator. Couldn't do this job without him. He's invaluable, and so I'm just very blessed to have him every day, especially today with me. And then to my left is our victim witness team coordinator, Steve Arand, who does a remarkable job helping victims of crime in our district. So, good to see you, Steve.
There he is. We're back.
Yeah, good to see you again. Well, with your permission, I'll just make a couple of opening comments, and I'd start the way that I always start whenever given the opportunity and the gift of having someone's attention. I'm humbled, honored, and grateful to be the district attorney for the Ninth Judicial District. And I want to thank you for all of the support that you've given our team over the years, the stewardship financially that you've exercised over tax dollars that are hard earned by our citizens. And also want to make sure that you understand that we are grateful for the undertaking that you have engaged in, and not only restoring and modernizing our courthouse next door, but also preserving the historic value of that. And so we're mindful that you all have committed to spending a great deal of money for that purpose. So we, made sure that was a theme in terms of what our presentation would be and what our request would be. My team here in Pickens County, I'd just like to mention them. We have Jessica Gonzalez, our victim witness assistant. We have Jeff Fain, our investigator. We have Louisa Burney, our county court deputy, and Donald Nottingham, our felony deputy, and then Laura Maylene, who is a joy to work with. So our team has wanted me to make sure that I express to you their thanks for your support. We presented to you this year a budget for 2020 with a slight, modest increase. I want to apologize for the length of the letter that I sent back in August, sort of laying out our request. I know that was fairly lengthy. I've never been known to be short-winded. I've had judges tell me I can be windy, as a matter of fact. But I just want to thank you. If you've read that, I tried to lay out sort of our case for where we're at, where we think we'll be next year. I also want to apologize for a correction that we need to make. Initially, back in August, we had presented a capital expense for modification to one of our office spaces in the Garfield County Associate Court in the amount of $34,000. We had to make that, and I won't spend a lot of time talking about it, because after we had submitted that to you all and the other two counties, Garfield County told us, hey, take that out of your budget. We put it in ours. So basically that's been removed from our budget, and that reduced our overall increase from 4.68% down to 3.68%, which is ultimately the increase for 2020. That increase is associated with some items that I'm happy to expand on an explanation outside of the written letter if you need that. I just tell you that I think I could focus on just three. The first is IT. Our IT department, our IT team is comprised of one FTE, so it's kind of comical when we say our department. Charles Zelinka is our department, and he does a remarkable job to take care of all of our software, hardware needs for the district, and has really been stretched over the years to do that as a one-person show. We've had some increases due to migrating to a cloud-based system. We went to Office 365, which is the industry standard. We think that's going to save money in the long run, because Charles was doing a lot of things that cloud-based system is going to automatically do as a part of the migration to that cloud-based system. But that increased our budget about $14,000. We also have a rotational replacement schedule for our hardware that our folks use, and we have 4 teams in our office. I think the others have heard this, Kelly, but I just tell you that we have the legal support staff, we have the victim witness assistant team, we also have the investigator team, we have the prosecutor team. We all need tools to do our job, and our attorneys utilize laptops. It's a good investment for our office to give the attorneys laptops because, number one, they work more than they're probably paid for. They do a lot of work on the weekends and after hours, so the laptop enables them to do work remotely. We try to replace those every 3 years, which is industry standard. We've staggered that replacement schedule, so we're not replacing all 36 folks' equipment in 1 year, and this year the prosecution team is up for replacement. So that increased our budget about $15,000. So those are the two items related to IT. And then the last is we have increasing demands on data storage and data backup. Everything is digitized now in our criminal justice system. So all the reports, videos, victim input statements, everything is digital. And so we have to back up that data in a reliable manner and have duplicative backups of that so that we can provide that to accused persons, in total. And then we also have an increased amount of data that's just continuing to climb every year because there's an increased use of body cameras by our law enforcement agencies, which I'm a fan of and I'm thankful for. I think body cameras are a good thing. What that does, though, is where a case didn't have any video before, now we have an hour or a couple hours of video that we didn't have, whereas before it was just memorialized in a written report. So that increases the amount of data that we have to back up and store. So that rapid recovery system also added to an increase in our budget. And so that basically explains the 48% thereabout increase in our IT budget. The other item is item number 3 in the letter, and I've omitted talking about item 1 since I explained that capital expense was eliminated. Item 3 is our transportation line item. We had 2 vehicles in our fleet for the district attorney's office, and we committed one of those vehicles to be an investigative vehicle to back up and augment and assist law enforcement throughout the district. So we've outfitted that vehicle with crime scene processing equipment, and basically that our investigators can show up and add value to an investigation and help out our agencies. And they've done a remarkable job at doing that, but that took one of our vehicles out of commission. And so Garfield County donated 3 years ago 2 vehicles to our fleet. And so we incurred the cost of maintaining those vehicles for a couple of years like we promised we would, but it's going to be hard for us to do to keep that flat, so we asked for a slight increase in our transportation line item. And then number 5 in your letter has to do with our victim witness budget. I can tell you that no other team in our office has as great or significant an impact on citizens as our victim witness team. They meet with, educate, and provide support to victims of crime by making sure those victims are connected with resources and also getting information about how that victim's harm can be repaired, seeking restitution on behalf of victims. And the remarkable thing about our victim witness team is that all of our citizens really get a bargain for what they do and the amount of services they offer. For the most part, our entire victim witness budget is covered by grants and administrative fees. That's the VOCA grant, the Victims of Crime Act, the Victims of Law Enforcement VAIL Grant Act, the CVC, which is a crime victim compensation. And so the bulk of our victim witness budget is covered by money that doesn't get paid by our taxpayers. Basically, it benefits our citizens without the citizens having to pay for it. But a portion of our victim witness budget is contributed by the counties. And last year it was $108,000, and that's out of a total of about a $500,000 budget for the victim witness. And this year in 2019, we were notified that although we were expecting to get $450,000 in CVC administrative fees. We were notified in January that we would only get, our district would only get 100. So what that did was, now we only get a portion of a percentage of those monies paid out, but that is a difficult thing to forecast and predict. And so we have asked for an increase from 108,000 to 120,000, give or take, in our victim witness budget. And again, we still get a great bargain from our victim witness team in terms of how much the citizens contribute relative to the services that are offered. And those are the primary, sort of relevant topics to talk about with respect to our increase. I want to make sure that I answer any questions you have about our increase, answer any questions about our budget. But before I do, I just want to again recognize my team here. I'm very blessed to be the leader of such a remarkable group of people. And I got a little personal with you in my letter because my team deals with a lot of trauma. We're dealing with folks that have been harmed by crime, and it's hard work that they do day in and day out. And they do it quietly and professionally. And I think, arguably they do it for a bargain. And so I just want to make sure that I commend my team and express the blessing and the honor that I have to be their leader. A couple of things I'd put on your radar for the future. This year, we had some significant, substantial legislative changes in our criminal code relative to controlled substances, drugs. That's happened. We accept it. The rationale was that for the most part, drug use is a health problem, and I think there is absolutely some truth to that. So there was a reduction in the level of crime from being a felony now is a misdemeanor. So what we're expecting is what would have been filed in district court will now go to county court. So we're trying to see how that plays out in terms of the workload for our prosecutors. So we'll stay tuned for that. We'll get back with you on that. There's also a movement to provide 7-day-a-week advisements to those persons who are arrested and booked into jail. I think there's a genuine interest in making sure that people don't languish in jail and that they get before a court soon and they get advised. And we've been doing that 5 days a week for as long as I've been a prosecutor. There's a movement to do that 7 days a week. And so what that means is that there will be costs associated with opening up courtrooms, providing security. Our staff has to play a significant role in appearing in court, contacting victims to make sure victims know they have a voice in that process. And so what we were asked to do by state judiciary is provide some sort of estimate about the cost for our district. And so we provided that to Chief Judge Boyd in October. It's significant. I don't know how that'll be allocated, whether the state's going to fulfill that financial commitment or whether they're just going to push that on to the local governments. I have to say I probably agree with you, Steve.
I would have to ask, how do the judges feel about working 7 days a week, getting called in on Sundays? And not that they don't already, in some cases, get called in, but our judges work a lot, as it is now, 5 days a week with the occasional calls on the weekends or at night. I think that would be an interesting fly on the wall during that discussion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would hate to speak for the judge. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, I agree with Patty. I'm not sure I'm very supportive of that idea, and I believe it probably will be another unfunded mandate by the state that counties will have to pick up. And that may, down the road, impact your budget allocation. So I don't think it's a great idea. I understand that we want to try to address the backlog. We've had inmates in our county jail that have been there for 4 years, which is fairly absurd. So there needs to be some sort of solution, but I'm not sure going 24/7, even though it's not 24, but
right,
is the right approach.
It could be 24/7.
Kelly and then Steve had questions.
Steve and I have been part of these conversations and legislative conversations last session with the context of our county association. And I wondered, did the judiciary ask for you to provide any estimates for remote advisement at all on this topic?
We absolutely have put that on the table as a course of action to be able to do remote advisement so that only one courtroom in the district would have to perform that function over the weekend. So for example, a courtroom in Glenwood might do it one weekend and a courtroom here in Picken might do it the next. Those costs are really hard to sort of pin down right now. I'm not even confident in the numbers that we gave because what we have is we have exempt and non-exempt employees in our office, and for those covered by the labor standards, we have to pay overtime, and as you all know by looking at our budget, we don't have an overtime budget. So we're going to have to figure out a plan whether we have people work remotely, as you say, from home. I think that's going to be hard because we have to pull criminal histories, which are sensitive data that has to be pulled by terminals specifically designated to do that. And so I don't think we'll be able to do that from home. So we'll probably have to have folks come into the office. I do think that we should entertain the notion of doing video advisements and remote advisements. So that does happen effectively in some places. But I think that, right now what's on the table is just to put, for all the rural districts, to provide some estimate to the state. I'm fairly confident that the organization that you were a part of, you probably are aware of. I mean, there was pushback initially because there was an attempt to sort of rail that through back in March. And I think there was such a revolt of the rural community saying, hey, wait a minute, who's going to pay for this? Like George said, it's going to be another unfunded mandate. They sort of slowed down. I'm not sure they got neutral. They probably geared down to third or second gear. So it's still moving. And our assistant DA, who's a heck of a lot smarter than I am and keeps track of stuff better than I do on a legislative level, he's fairly confident it's going to happen. So we're just sort of trying to figure out what those costs are going to be. I'm happy to provide those. I didn't memorize, I didn't commit those to memory, those costs, but
Sure.
we do have a spreadsheet that I can send out to you all and let you look at the estimates we provided.
Sure. It's always helpful for us to have the details if we're trying to push against it
Yeah.
down. And
Yeah, I will definitely make sure, Kelly, I get you, everybody, I'll get you
Well, Kelly and
those.
Steve both do our CC Colorado Counties Inc. legislative work for us, so they're the best contact.
I'll make sure I get that to you.
And the area I would be concerned in terms of doing this weekend, without adding more staff, your staff is already stretched pretty thin. They're very dedicated, and you put out your position very well, I think, describing the conditions you all work under. If you're then asking people to start working on weekends, even if they're getting overtime pay, they're going to get burnt out faster and start looking for work elsewhere sooner. And
No question.
therefore, I think the state, if they really want to have the weekend advisement, they need to come up with the money for you to get more staff. I don't know if there are more staff available to be hired. If you
Right.
put out
Even if we have the
job
money.
openings, as in a lot of cases, people aren't getting as many people applying in this area as they would have expected because of housing issues and cost of living issues and all those different things.
I'm very grateful, Steve, that you're mindful of the challenges that we have to hire and to maintain stability across the employment, across our teams. There's no question that the cost of living here in Pickens certainly is far in excess of Garfield. It goes down a little bit in Garfield, continues to go down as we go west and north. However, we just hired a new deputy DA in Glenwood Springs, and I sat down, her name's Morgan, and I sat down with Morgan. I said, Morgan, how's it going trying to find a place to live? You know, I just want to kind of understand, like, at the grassroots, the ground level, and it's just, it's staggering what's out there and how much it costs. And, you know, if she wants to live 40 miles in Battlement Mesa, when she's going to work out of Glenwood Springs and drive that every day, obviously she could get
I
something
got a
cheap.
tiny home for you.
Right. I understand that's been red tagged.
We gotta clear it up.
Yeah. But that's a huge challenge for us. And, you know, even for the first time up in Rio Blanco County, the county commissioners were sort of saying, how are you paying these people what you're paying them? Because the sheriff is right behind me saying, well, we start off a patrol deputy about the same thing you're paying a prosecutor, a brand new prosecutor who has thousands, tens of thousands of dollars in loans, student loans. I've got 2 kids in college right now, so I'm well aware of how much college costs. So it's a huge challenge. Whether the state will contribute, I don't know, but I certainly appreciate the advocacy you all do. And I'll do my best to give you my perspective. So anytime you're going to go to one of those meetings or something, I'd love to, you know, just be available to you if you say, hey, what's your perspective on this?
There is upcoming legislation that was brought by Montrose County, working with their DA over there, and it had to do with increasing the fines for certain traffic offenses dealing with proof of insurance and registration.
Yeah,
and a big part of the purpose for the legislation was to decrease the amount of time that the DA's office people had to spend working on cases.
Right. I think the focus of that in part was to make what used to be an offense now an infraction, whereas, you know, we don't deal with infractions. So I think that's a legitimate step in the right direction. I'll talk to Dan Hotzenpiller about that. I know Mesa County had to actually do a special tax for their county to pay for public service, criminal justice services. Here, you know, we're a multi-county district, so we got to work with all 3 of the counties. But it's a challenge, and it's probably one of the greatest challenges I have as a leader, to keep people motivated while at the same time almost being ashamed when I pay them, you know, feeling really convicted that I'm not giving them enough. So I always appreciate y'all's sensitivity to that, and we're going to keep striving to do what we do for as cheap as we can, but not compromise keeping good people and community safety.
I try and take Tony out to lunch whenever I can.
Kelly's got a question.
Yes, could you elaborate a little on your statement in your letter that says crime statistics are on an upward trend?
They are. Crime is on an upward trend nationwide. So I recently participated as an instructor for the National District Attorneys Association and talked with DAs from around the country, and just crime is on the general trend upward. I also am a member of the Colorado District Attorneys Council, which is comprised of all elected DAs across the 22 22 districts in the state, and that's a common refrain every month when we meet, is that crime is on an upward trend. I don't know what to attribute that to. I do think that crime here has remained relatively stable for 4 or 5 years after we went through that downturn, but it just seems to be on the upward trend.
Classes of crimes, like different types of crime that you're seeing?
Well, yeah, I think violent crime is it's commensurate with all other types of crimes. So I don't know that violent crime per se is going up, isolated and individually. It's all trending upward. I can say that this year our team has done 3 homicide trials, and that's the first time we've done 3 homicide trials in this district in my memory, and I've been here affiliated in some way for almost 20 years, and so we've done 3 homicide trials. So I don't know what to attribute that to, honestly. I'm probably not smart enough to figure that out. I know that we're trying our best to look at pretrial services and trying to look at efforts to rehabilitate. And, you know, I think I mentioned in my letter, I do think drug use is a health problem, although crimes are committed out of that. But there's the state from a micromanagement perspective says this is no longer going to be a felony, it's going to be a misdemeanor because this is a health problem, but then there's no funding for treatment. And so I've talked to folks in drug court, you know, how do you afford treatment? I don't know how folks do it.
Well, I appreciate you mentioning that. I think, with us and our community and our efforts to look at the intersection of mental health and, crime and criminal justice, that we're going to be working on that more and more. And I know the courts will play a significant role in that conversation. So I hope our offices can.
I like the term you use, intersection, because there's definitely an intersection a lot of the time.
And Kelly, one of the things we do for our grants too is track how many victims we work with and kind of break them down into different categories. And this year, the number of victims that we're going to work with under the Victim Rights Act or the VRA, where we're making those required notifications, is going to be about 1,500 victims this year from our judicial district. And those are kind of what they consider, the violent crimes, the assaults, the domestic violence, the sex assaults, those kinds of things. That's a lot. That's the most that I've seen in the 7 years I've been tracking it.
Could you have a breakdown by county of that number?
The way we don't have it by county, no.
Yeah, interesting to see that. Trying to keep track on a lot of the issues, like Kelly said, especially with mental health and the demographics in our jail and the demographics in the justice system, and how we can bring our mental health and train our responders and everybody who deals with people and try and get people into the right place rather than keep them in the wrong place.
We can run some reports that give you general numbers that are case related. So like for Pitkin County, we could say, here's how many cases are domestic violence related. Has that indicator, doesn't necessarily tell you the number of victims.
Number of victims, but that would give us
Gives
some
you an idea.
information. We can see where those trends are, where they're going, and what we might be doing to intersect into that.
Yeah, we'll follow up
That'd be great.
with that, and as well as the cost estimate.
Yeah.
Jeff, I just wanted to ask about, I think we've covered most of the rest of it, just thinking about the data collection necessity. Having gone from the written word to video documentation it's an exponential jump in data capacity that's needed. And I'm just wondering if you can project future years. This stuff has to be stored for I don't know how many years, but if you have, I don't know how many thousands of cases you just mentioned, and if there's video or audio recorded evidence, you're going to have this vastly, rapidly growing data capacity need, and it'd be great to have some projection on how does that curve look? Does it ever level off, at some point, because your cost is going to keep going up?
I wish I could answer that, and I don't want to try to answer it without having some.
Sure, just thinking down the road, that could be, I'm kind of expecting you to come back next year, with, you've got 10 times as much data next year, you can just see it growing pretty dramatically. Thank you for presenting.
There's a correlative to, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
But there's also, this kind of goes unmentioned sometimes, there's a correlative cost also to the amount of person hours that goes into
somebody has to look at
evaluating that data.
Right.
Due diligence requires us to evaluate all the evidence and look at all the file. And so, like I said, whereas before we would have a 2-page report, now we've got a video that
2 hours of video.
Right.
And so, yeah, that's a good question in terms of, is it going to ever level off? How do we project it? I do think that I'm hopeful that all of the agencies, I'm a believer in video cameras and the transparency of how law enforcement does, how we do our job. And so I'm hopeful that, we'll get absolute uniformity across the district. Everybody's got those body cameras. And then all we're trying to predict is just the crime trends, rather than, is this department going to move towards body cameras or not? If they are, when are they going to do it? But once they all go on it, then I think we'll just be looking at the data that you're asking about, and Kelly's asking about statistical crime data. But it's a really good question, and it's a challenge for me, because I'm always asking myself and asking our team, how you doing? Do you have what you need to do your job effectively, and do you have enough time to do what we're asking you to do? And so those are the key questions for me as a leader, and it's hard to answer that sometimes, because you have folks that say, I'm doing great, and then you see them a little wobbly, and you got to step in and try to help them out.
if they get a big discovery request that sinks them for a few weekends, or
Right.
that could change things pretty dramatically.
Right.
Well, thank you for
Oh,
that.
great.
Appreciate the letter, George.
Are we the last on your list? Have Garfield County and Rio Blanca approved a budget?
They did, yes,
They
sir.
did, okay.
Yes, sir.
He always saves the best for the last, George.
Boy, you have to ask 3 times for everything around here.
That's right.
This district.
He's got
Yeah,
it
we-
down by
we
the
do a
time
lot
he
of
gets to
track.
us.
I know, he's got it
all
polished.
figured
Yeah, it
out.
was a pretty polished presentation.
Well, I have to, again, I have to thank Bill and Steve, because I wouldn't be half of what I am without those guys preparing me, and they put in a lot of work helping me be ready, so.
Well, thank you all for coming.
I think I've got you beat on Bill. 30 years we've known each other. More than that, yeah. More than that.
Yeah, just don't ever ask Bill when we hired him, what we paid him.
He tells me every year, just so you know. Thank you guys for coming.
Steve
It's
had-
nice to
Steve
see
had
you.
I have
another
a question about with the courthouse remodel going on, and I believe that we made space in our building in Basalt for your staff to work in occasionally as they need to. I don't know, is that been extended to the DA's office also, Rich?
You know, I'm not sure.
It was just to the judges.
To what extent? It was really the judges working with the
More the
judges because we were
judges.
having to move some of the,
Okay, I knew there was somebody
They
from the
opted not
court
to
of-
do it.
Yeah.
So the judges, is there a room or capacity for the DA's office to work out of there a little bit during
during the
portions of
construction period is the bigger challenge.
You know, they've just been weathering those,
Yeah.
navigating every day. They're not complaining. We offer to have them come down to Glenwood to work, when they want, to get a break from it.
Well, if you're getting some feedback, let me know. We'd be happy to talk to you and see if there's a
Thanks.
spot we can work
Yeah.
out.
Because we do
Appreciate
have office space available there for, kind of touchdown space, and it could, at some point, save somebody a trip up to
Right.
Aspen when they don't need to be up here for that day.
Yeah, appreciate that, Steve. I mean, we're lucky. Both of our prosecutors actually live closer to Aspen than probably ever before in a long time. So that's good for us. But our support staff, I think Laura lives down Valley, Jessica lives down Valley, Jeff lives between Elgin and Carbondale. So that might be beneficial. So we'll ask them. And thanks for offering that.
And
I
also,
think it's,
when moving into once the remodel's totally done, did you get to participate in sort of the design, the space needs, and those sort of questions?
you took the thought right out of my mind that I had wanted to end with, is that we, from my perspective, were included in that process, and we were grateful for it. I know Jody has worked really hard disseminating that information, and so we feel like we've had a voice in that. And to answer your question, yes, we were included in that, and we appreciate it.
And then you're happy with the outcome too on?
I'm pleased with it,
anticipated,
yeah.
until you actually get to move into the space that's newly
Right.
remodeled, you don't really know for sure, but.
Well, it's
Jody
looking
can take
good.
us over after this meeting and give us a little tour.
Oh,
because
perfect.
Jeff hasn't seen it since it's been sheetrock, framed in sheetrock.
I saw
The original floors they found are really cool, and they squeak.
It's perfect.
No wonder all the people that have walked through those buildings.
Yeah, yeah.
I know from my perspective with the victims in cases, with our current office space, it was really hard to keep them away from the general public and a lot of times the media, because we just didn't have the space for them. So this new space is going to be great, and I know Bill attended a lot of those meetings, and so we got a lot of input. Yeah.
Good. Well, that's what I was hoping your answer would be, that it's going to work for you really well.
From my perspective, Steve, it's been outstanding how we've been included. And that was a lesson we learned in the associate court, which is why we're having to ask for that capital expense that we didn't really have to talk about today. But I was the assistant DA at the time that discussion and planning was going on, and frankly, I kind of dropped the ball on, what we would need, and having a voice that was proactive in that process. So in part, I'm responsible for some of the issues we're having to fix now in that court and our space. So we did a better job, I think, this time, not only because you all invited us to, but we had more of an understanding of what we needed to do our job.
Well, great. Thank you for coming, Bill, Steve.
You guys.
Good to see you.
Thanks for having us.
Nice to see you.
It's good to see
It's a
everybody.
pleasure. Good to see you. Glad we don't see any more than we do. Always, under these circumstances, it's great.
Well, I always remind folks I do citizen visiting hours here every month on the second Thursday of every month in the afternoon. So I just want to make sure that's out on public television. I feel like I represent the people, and I'm here. I'll
So if
be
you
here
want to
this
come see the
Thursday
DA, second Thursday of each month, Pitkin
in
County.
the afternoon. Yes,
Excellent.
that's right.
Well,
That's right.
it's a
Yeah,
pleasure.
find him in the courthouse.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, that's right.
Connie, is there anything else we need to, nothing else we need to do? You guys are good. Go.
Yeah, we don't actually approve your money until later in December, so.
Okay. All right, well, we'll just gonna
Keep
be
an eye
hoping
on
and-
us.
Thanks for coming.
And we'll follow up with that data you requested. And appreciate the advocacy you're doing on that perspective. Good to see you.
Nice to
Yeah.
meet
Right.
you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna keep moving. We've got telecommunications up in the next minute or so. Come on up and let's get set, and we'll regroup here in a
Let's see, was that mine or, I can't remember.
All right, where are we? Are those mine? Huh. Okay, thanks. They just got pushed over there. I've got to find my tab. Tab number 7.
Let's see, today's Tuesday, so we must be in the salt today.
And I have control, right, Connie? Okay.
Okay, well, Patty will
Right.
get back when she gets back. Come on, go
Okay.
ahead, let's get started.
Let's get going. So, well, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to thank the board for the opportunity to present the 2020 telecommunications budget. My name is Jeff Kruger. I'm the communications site manager for Pitkin County. So let's go ahead and begin. I think I'm the last budget presentation. Is that correct?
No, we've
Oh,
got
okay.
more next week.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Just
Oh,
today.
you got me excited there.
The telecommunications budget includes two budgets, actually. There's the translator budget as well as the public safety radio budget. The translator budget, it comes from a dedicated mill levy. It supports the TV/FM translator system. It also supports the new Pitkin County broadband initiative. The public safety radio fund is actually funded by user agencies. So it's funded by internal departments, which include the Sheriff's Department, Road and Bridge, Open Space and Trails, Ambulance. It's also funded by outside agencies. This includes Aspen Police and Fire, Basalt Police and Fire, Snowmass, as well as the school districts within the valley. The model that we're using was adopted last year, so it's a new model. But that model is based on, we charge agencies based on the number of radios they have, both mobile, which are in-vehicle radios, as well as portable, which are the handheld radios. And so it's purely based on the number of radios they have. It's, like I said, it was fully adopted last year. We are no longer taking revenue from the general fund. So both the translator fund and the public safety radio fund are completely independent of the general fund. This is the organization for the telecommunications department. I'm not going to introduce everybody. I think you know everyone. But the telecommunications department itself consists of 4 people. We're a very small department, and as such, we rely heavily on other people. And 2 of those people mainly are Phyllis Matisse and Kara Silbernagel. They help with a lot of our planning and execution projects. So we consider them our extended family, and that's why they're shown on the organization chart. I do want to spend a little time and talk about the services that we offer. We have 5 main services. They operate 24/7, 365 days a year, holidays included. When we have problems, we need to respond and respond quickly. This is a great deal of effort on the part of my team, and I want to really thank my team for all the efforts they put into keeping these systems up and running for 24 hours a day. We currently have 5 services that we offer. We do the 911 dispatch radio consoles. We support the public safety two-way radio system, along with all the subscriber units. There's over 1,200 subscriber units in the system today, so we maintain all of those. We also support the TV FM translator system. This is your over-the-air TV as well as over-the-air FM radio services that are operated throughout the valley. And in the last year, we've actually added 2 new services, the wireless broadband service and Meet Me centers, as well as the county microwave system. And so one thing you'll notice is we've almost doubled services in the last year, but yet we've had no increase in personnel. And I think this is kind of a common theme we're seeing in a lot of departments right now is we're really stressed in terms of workload with the current personnel we have. In addition to these services, we do all the communication site development and builds. We also do the broadband development and builds. We do troubleshooting within our systems. We do preventive maintenance at 16 communication sites. And we also do system upgrades as necessary. So for the 2020 budget, the key elements I'm going to be discussing include the site build schedule and status. We're going to talk about lower red. We've got some power and cost analysis that we're going to present to you. And we'll also go over what we plan to do in terms of the county microwave system as well as the wireless broadband system for expansion in 2020. So the telecommunications department maintains 16 communication sites. They include the 911 dispatch center. They include 13 communication sites. 11 of those are on mountaintop sites. They also include, recently this year, the addition of 2 Meet Me centers for broadband, one being in Aspen and one being in Basalt. The table or chart that's on here, I like showing this every year. 4 years ago, when we embarked on modernizing our communications infrastructure, this chart was almost entirely red. So you can see that we're making really good progress on our infrastructure, but it comes at a cost to capital improvement. We've been doing typically 2 to 3 site builds a year. We can no longer continue to go at that pace, and we'll provide some information here later on showing that. But because of that, because of the budget constraints within our capital improvement projects, we're actually moving the Rudai site development build till next year. And this really didn't have anything to do with budget constraints. It mainly had to do with Forest Service approval. So that site is getting moved till next year. We're also moving the Thomasville site rebuild to the following year. We could not fit that in next year. So we're moving that one into the following year. And so I do apologize to anybody out in Thomasville listening, is we're going to have to keep that site going on Band-Aids for another year.
Well,
Go ahead.
I had a question. If the Rudai one is brought online, is that going to improve any of the service at the Thomasville site?
So the Rudai site is primarily in support of public safety. So we have a coverage gap within the Frying Pan River Valley for our two-way radio fire and law responder system. That site will provide public safety services. It's going to provide FM translator services. We are actually going to move FM translator from Thomasville to Rudai, so we'll improve that at least in the interim. And it will provide some broadband services to residents in Eagle County that live in Rudai Shores in that area. In fact, that site, we are getting some funding from Eagle County in support of that site, which is good to hear. But the site will will be a provide a microwave link to Thomasville once Thomasville gets built. So it's not really, it's helping Thomasville, but it's not a total solution.
Until you actually turn Thomasville from red to green, then they're not gonna get the top service that we'd like them to be able to get.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
George has a question.
Yeah, well, Thomasville obviously can't be watching this presentation today. You know, I understand the challenges, Jeff. I've been up at the caucus meetings the last 2 years trying to explain last year why RUDI wasn't being done in 2019, was being pushed to 2020 because of the need to work with the Forest Service, and why the Thomasville was not going to happen because RUDI had to happen at first. So now Thomasville is being pushed off for another year. So I guess I'm going to be asking staff to go up to the caucus meeting in next June to explain all this, because I probably am losing some credibility up there every time I go up there and to let them know what's happening, and then it's not happening.
And this was also due to fund balance within the translator fund.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying, I'm getting told information that I think is fairly updated, and I convey that information to the Frying Pan Caucus, and every year I've got to sort of backtrack, and it doesn't look well on me, on the county, on the translator system, so those are my comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's potential to maybe borrow from general fund in order to do the site next year. So that's, I think that's maybe a board-related discussion.
Yeah. When the road was in such poor condition up in Thomasville, and we were projecting it was gonna take 5 years or something to do it in sections, and I don't remember how our road and bridge department, and I think it was a group effort, you were probably involved too, Connie, the creative financing, how are we gonna pay for it? And we managed to do it all in 1 year, much earlier than anticipated. And if there's any way we could do that on this Thomasville.
I mean, we actually,
I think we should explore possibilities if there is some way we can.
we have a complete design for Thomasville. We have a site plan. Everything's done. It just needs the go-ahead in terms of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
So, just wondering, for, at a later date, we could come back. It'd be nice to know precisely what the cost is and what it would take to, you know, if it goes to the front burner, then we should consider that.
A huge
but we have a lot of
windfall to the
Yeah,
general.
again, the good news is the site plan is ready to go. If we can get the dollars approved, we can start construction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the dollar amount is about $512,000.
That's to get that, move that.
It's not
It's a lot of money, yeah. It's a big chunk. But George's point is well taken, yeah. I remember going to
But,
the east of
these
Aspen.
site builds really cost anywhere from about $300,000 to the smaller ones, onwards up to about $800,000, which was the case for Elephant, mainly due to helicopter cost. So that's kind of the range we're looking at. But when you start adding that up for now what has been considered 10 site builds, it's
a lot.
We can no longer fund that at that pace. We can't.
Right. You've been doing a lot there.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to ask a question just about RUDI. I know RUDI Water and Power, I'm on their board, and they've got a plan to put in some sort of communication, maybe a solar-powered link, so that they can be in communication with law enforcement, with public safety, et cetera, there on the ramp at RUDI. There's a need, one, to be able to communicate whether it's safety or law enforcement issues regarding, they're just screening for mussels and, invasive species, but there have been some conflicts up there. And I don't know if they're going to tie into this system.
So we are actually,
DTR.
Turns out City of Aspen has communication up there. They're using HughesNet today. It's been unreliable for them, and so they want to come off of our tower. I think we could certainly talk to the water department and see potential to put them up on our access to our tower as well, to get them better internet access.
I may put them in touch with you.
Put them in contact with us, please.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Just gotta get the Forest Service permit through.
Right.
That's the snag there.
Okay, what's next? Where are we headed next?
So I just kind of want to go over some of our successes this year. Elephant is shown on your left. This covers Redstone and the Crystal River Valley. We, for the most part, did the site last year, but we had a pretty extensive punch list that we had to complete this year. That site's now 100% complete. On the very right, Sunlight, we also started construction on that last year. We were a little bit late and couldn't complete it due to early winter last year. But we moved all the equipment over into the new shelter and also demoed the old shelter as well as the old towers. And so the picture on the right represents what's up there today. We also did the Jackrabbit site build, which sits above Snowmass Village. That site is about 95% complete. I know a lot of skiers are wanting snow, but we're wanting no snow because we can drive up to the site. So we continue to go up to the site on a regular basis and work up there, and we will continue to do that until winter comes.
So, Jeff, on the Jackrabbit site, you're probably going to talk about this, but that's going to be used as the alternate from the Red Mountain Lower
Red
translator.
Mountain,
So
yeah.
for grassroots and CG11, that will come out of Jackrabbit once that's completed.
So yeah, I'll save that for a minute, George, and I'll get to that. I have a chart on that. So
great.
yeah, save your thunder for a minute here. And but another point I kind of want to make on this is whenever we do these site builds, we're very conscious of energy utilization, and we try to be good stewards of the environment. So for the climate action plan, we design and develop highly efficient buildings. These are all factory made to our specifications. They have high R values on the walls and ceilings. We use all LED lighting. In one case, we actually developed an alternative power source that was at Elephant. It's a battery backup system or a hybrid system that's similar to how our car hybrid system works. In the event that we lose power to the facility, it goes on batteries, and once power comes back on, we charge the batteries back up. But the whole point of that design was to reduce our helicopter usage, which in turn is reducing fuel costs and on and on. It also reduces the amount of propane that we need to use at site, which again is reducing fuel usage. All of our sites, we're now using lower power solid state electronics, and we've implemented a remote management system at these sites such that we can, for the most part, get most of our status as well as do configuration changes right from our office in Basalt. And so this has reduced the need to drive to these sites, which we had to do in the past. If there was a problem, we'd have to drive to a site, take a snowmobile to a site or take a snowcat, and it was always time consuming.
Won't be nearly so
now,
fun for you now.
Yeah, so now we just do it via computer. It's just been a huge savings for us. And so this in turn is reducing wear and tear on county vehicles and also saving on gas costs.
Well, thank you for mentioning that. The climate action plan's right there, and I duly noted. I see it there, and I appreciate you bringing that up.
You're welcome.
It's great. Your recruitment's going to go down because people won't get to snowmobile up to the sites anymore.
That's it. I'm not a good snowmobile driver, so I'm fine with
You're
it.
okay with it?
The truth
Better
comes
to
out.
stay out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep them out of there.
So the main budget item for next year is the Root Eye site build. We do have preliminary approval from the U.S. Forest Service. We're waiting for a final decision memo. We anticipate that in the next couple of months. I think we already discussed, but Root Eye is critical for public safety. It's going to provide that gap coverage, which really extends all the way as soon as you get into the canyon, all the way up to Hagerman Pass. The site is going to include an 80-foot tower, two different, an equipment shelter as well as a generator shelter. The Forest Service is telling us that we can start construction on August 1st, And this was mainly for wildlife mitigation. It turns out there's an eagle that is nesting in one of the power line poles that it happens to run along the road that we access the site. So they're telling us we cannot start construction prior to August 1st, and that's fine. We'll be ready to go then.
They have to fledge before you can fly.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we put some nice trout like a couple blocks away and maybe Mom will
Lure
relocate?
them. Okay.
So Lower Red. So last June, Lower Red completely failed. And this was due to a power line failure going to the site. Turns out that power line is 40 years old. It's buried in a trench, but with no conduit or sheathing around it. So it's just basically exposed wire in a little plastic sheathing. We had it surveyed. They found multiple shorts on the wire. The wire cannot be repaired. In addition, it was exposed in many places going up the hill, which was not good. So the entire power line has to be replaced if we want to continue to rebuild or pursue the Lower Red site. We've gotten 2 estimates, and I'll go over to those in a little bit later. But those estimates just to replace the power line alone are anywhere from $250K to $350K. The good news is that we've relocated all services. George, this is to your question. We've relocated all services from Lower Red to Jackrabbit as well as other sites. So TV translator services are now operating out of our new Jackrabbit site. So we do get pretty good coverage into Aspen. What we're missing is East Aspen. So residents that are sitting in East Aspen do not have TV coverage. We also moved KSP and radio. That was done really immediately after the site went down. We moved them over to Jackrabbit. They continue to operate at Jackrabbit, and now they have full coverage all the way from Aspen to as well as down Valley. Grassroots and county government TV, we had to take a different approach. It originates over at Red Brick. So what we decided to do was digitally encode it, turn it into an IP stream, and put it on our microwave system. And so now we're distributing grassroots and county gov TV via our microwave system. We're completely bypassing Lower Red and Jackrabbit.
That's not coming off the crown, though.
Should be coming off Crown.
No, it's not.
I will check.
Okay, thanks. It hasn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
That could be related to some of the old translators we have up there. Also, the Aspen Ski Co. Power of 4 webcam was moved. We offered to put them up at Upper Red. They actually found a homeowner that lives in Starwood, and so they put the webcam at the homeowner's house in Starwood. So all services now are up and running.
So my question was, can we do completely without Lower Red, just decommission it? However, if one whole section of town doesn't have TV coverage, and the only way they can get it is to get the Lower Red repaired, is that?
Well, one of the options, I'm going to talk about this also on the next slide, is to actually put a little bit of dollars into Upper Red and make that and then move those services to Upper Red, and that way you'd have complete coverage throughout all of Aspen. So let's go to that slide. So the biggest expense in rebuilding Lower Red is helicopter cost. It's a helicopter-only access site. You can hike to it via Sunnyside Trail. We do hike to it for maintenance, but to do any kind of major activity requires helicopter. So with the helicopter and the cost to replace the line, we're now approaching about $1 million to rebuild that site. And the translator budget just does not have that kind of a fund to do this site rebuild. In addition, there's a small variation depending on what kind of power line we put in. We can do what's called a buried armored cable. This is what we're using at Elephant today. It's just an armored cable with a metal sheathing around it that prevents varmints from causing destruction. It's a good design. A better design would be to actually put conduit in and actually run the power line within the conduit. And that way, if the power line fails in the future, you're just replacing power line as opposed to replacing the whole thing. Anyway, staff is actually, because of the high cost of this site, is recommending removing it from the 5-year plan. In fact, we've done that as part of the budget that's in your presentation. We've also, again, just to reiterate, moved Route I to 2020, Thomasville to 2021. We are investigating alternatives now for Lower Red. One is to move all those services to Upper Red. Now, Upper Red would require some higher capacity solar panels, a new battery system, but we've done actually all the power analysis on it, and it's certainly feasible. We could operate TV services out of Upper Red, as well as KSPN out of Upper Red. And that would then, in turn, provide full coverage throughout Aspen.
That sounds like a better option.
Can you describe a little briefly just the power needs of Upper Red, and if something goes wrong up there, is it going to be even more expensive, or is it an easier access? What's the
Upper Red is difficult to get to. But at least there's a road up there. We don't require a helicopter. We actually have a snowcat that we park at Hunter Creek, and we just leave it there through the winter. So whenever we need to get up to Upper Red in the winter, we just take the snowcat and go up. And it's a long day, because it takes a couple hours to get up there, and then you're working most of the day and a couple hours to get back down. But it's very doable, and we've done it in the past. We've operated that site for 20 some odd years now, and that's how we do it. We park a snowcat there just for the winter, and it's dedicated to that site.
It still comes out cheaper than helicopter rotor times. Eats that up very quickly.
Exactly.
It sounds good to me.
So that's, and then, the panels, the solar panels up there, they were put in 15 years ago. They're 110 watt panels. They've made big improvements on solar panels. We can get anywhere from 350 to 400 watts on a solar panel. So just updating solar panels as well as a battery system would make a big improvement to that site.
Okay.
So do you have a cost analysis of doing the total Upper Red upgrade and just eliminating the lower?
We haven't. We're still kind of doing those trade-offs, and so what I'd like to do is come back before the board once we have all those numbers.
Because that sounds like if that would work, I think that might be the best way to go.
Right. And then the other part of this slide too is that on the very right, there's a graph which is showing our operational budget without capital. And one thing you'll notice is that our operational budget is actually approaching the revenue stream, which leaves us very little left over to do capital improvements. And one of the big, one of the big issues here is that we've added 2 services to the telecommunications department. This includes microwave and broadband, and those services require operations and maintenance, and so those operational costs have gone up.
In hindsight, when we went to the electorate to be able to utilize a translator fund for broadband, we should have asked for an increase in mill levy, trying to anticipate the future needs, and maybe at some point we'll have to do that. I mean, the mill levy is really minimum, I think.
It is a very minimum revenue stream, given what we're doing with it.
Right.
So what will the revenue be when, as more and more people subscribe to the Mammoth networks, we're getting some money back from that? I don't know how much, but would that
yeah, that revenue is going
really get really successful?
That revenue is going to help offset this, but we're operating off of 3 sites right now, and so our numbers are kind of a little bit less than what we anticipated. Of course, you're just putting kind of a wild guess out there when you go, this is our take rates, and this is how many subscribers we're going to get, and you're always hoping for those numbers, but we're probably about 75% of what we thought our take rate would be. So that we're not getting the revenue that we expected initially.
Well, at my house, I was anticipating being a subscriber.
You were gonna be a
There's the
contributor.
tower, but we don't get a signal there for.
Yes, you're.
Maybe that can be tweaked to make it, so.
Yeah, we
We can get.
we
the
looked at your
signal.
house, Steve, and it's behind a hill.
No, it's not, it's not.
You're hitting, well, you're hitting the other tower, not ours.
Hmm.
You're hitting the AT&T tower.
We better keep moving here, we're falling
Okay,
behind,
yeah.
guys. You'll have to pick that one up.
I can see it with binoculars, I know it's there.
Apparently,
Link.
Let's see, we added a new service this last year, and that's the microwave service. We put in 10 hops this past year. It's been a lot of work. We do the installs. Our team does the installs. We manage it. We monitor it. We do all the support on it. But it's been highly successful for the county. We plan to add 7 new hops to the system over the next couple of years. This year, with the Jackrabbit site build, we added a couple hops to the new Jackrabbit site. Next year, we'll be adding a hop to the Rudeye site, and the following year, we'll be adding a hop to Thomasville. But we're also improving some of the redundancy. We're adding a second. We have what is called our Pickens County primary loop today, but we will be adding a secondary loop to help resiliency and help redundancy throughout the system. But the services that run on there right now are public safety radio. We also have county internet running on there. We deliver county internet to the landfill now today. We also run TV translator services on it, as well as broadband services.
Yeah, it's a lot.
So this, it's a new service we've added, but again, it's very complex and is very time consuming for my staff to really operate and maintain it. The broadband system phase 1 was implemented and turned online on July 1st. We're operating off of 3 sites. There's a Mid-Valley site, which includes Basalt and Willits off of Crown. We have an upper Mid-Valley site, which is serving Old Snowmass from Williams Peak. And we offer services in the Crystal River Valley off of our Elephant site. Subscribers right now, the last count I had is we had about 75 subscribers overall, given that it's been in service for, 4 or 5 months now. So again, we're a little bit under what we anticipated, but still good. I think we'll make that up as soon as the word gets out. For this next year, for wireless broadband, we will be expanding the system on 3 more tower sites. This includes Sunlight, Jackrabbit, as well as Rudeye. And also, to improve resiliency, we're going to add another 10G wave to the system that goes to the Basalt Meet Me Center. I don't know, I think the old adage of if you build it, they will come. Well, they are certainly coming. And Garfield County has approached us, as you know, earlier this year to try to get involved in this. We're working on a formal agreement and partnership with them. We actually have a design. We're working kind of on the final iterations of the cost model. And I anticipate that we'll come before the board again here early next year, really to go over everything that's been accomplished there and what we plan to do going forward. We also have some new emerging partners. Town of Basalt wants to play, and so they are. We kind of just had an introductory meeting with them a few weeks ago, in terms of how they can build on this community of broadband participants that we've started. And we're also working with Holy Cross. They are right now doing some studies internally to see if they want to potentially get into the broadband game as well. Really, what I want to emphasize, and what's not shown here, is our main partner is the City of Aspen. We started out working with City of Aspen to get a 10G wave to the city. It's hard to believe, but we're now approaching filling the bandwidth on that 10G wave. So we're actually going to be adding a new one that goes to our Meet Me Center at North 40, again, to add redundancy and resiliency, but also to increase the overall capacity of the network. As far as budget changes go, there is no changes in the translator budget. That's based on the mill levy. The public safety radio budget, again, that's funded from user agencies. We are going to have a slight increase in service charges to radio system users, and that's mainly to build up the capital improvement fund or reserve fund so that we can do the Ajax rebuild in 2025.
I have one question.
Patty?
Connie, I know you've probably, I think this has been pointed out before. The difference in the
Do you wanna go to the next
2019,
slide?
2020 budget under employee benefits, is that just a reconfiguration how we're reporting it?
Yeah, with
Okay.
the change in our chart of
That's what I thought,
accounts.
and I just wanted to make
Yep.
sure that I was,
Yep.
okay. I went, that's a big difference there. Okay, perfect.
So translator 2020 budget and 5-year plan. On the revenue side, you see 940,000 in property tax, and then some other smaller amounts, some motor vehicle single occupancy. The charges for services are broadband. Other revenue is some site leasing. So just a little over $1 million in revenue in the fund. And then under property, you see some amounts for infrastructure, machinery, and equipment. These are the Root Ice site that's planned for this year, along with some broadband equipment that's scheduled. So it is drawing down fund balance. There's a pinch point in the 5-year plan in the year 2020, and then hopefully we'll be gradually building back up after that. But we are constrained by those fund balance amounts that are shown at the bottom. Questions on the translator 5-year plan?
You need a nod.
Okay.
I just have a question. Can you summarize what the infrastructure and machinery purchases were for 2019? What did that go to?
Yeah, 2019, Jeff, do you want to talk about the projects that you've been working on this year?
Jackrabbit site build, the Sunlight site build. There was a small amount required for Elephant to complete that one, as well as all the broadband tower infrastructure that had to get put in.
Okay,
Okay,
we're good?
next slide.
Thank you.
And then next is the Public Safety Radio Fund budget and 5-year plan. And again, this is service charges and money from county departments that goes into this fund. Just a little over $600,000 in revenue, and the expenditures are $631,000. The main capital project this year is the DTR equipment for the Root Ice site.
So the revenues, intergovernmental, what happens to those?
We've had a shift just in how things are classified with our new chart of accounts. So if you add the two lines together in 2019, we're close to the amount for 2020. It's just shifted how we're accounting for them.
All right,
Any other questions? Good to move forward?
thank you. I think it looks like we've got thumbs up.
Okay.
Thanks, Jeff.
My idea is to start a GoFundMe site for Lower Red. Maybe we could.
What about east of Aspen? I was, we've all got our favorite
I'm surprised I haven't heard
sites.
more from them. I haven't.
From east of Aspen?
East of Aspen.
Yeah.
They've got other things on their mind up
Where to
there
put a
right now.
tower that, the Ajax rebuild won't paint east of Aspen with anything. Well, that's the,
You could charge people for snowcat rides up there.
And I want to end by actually thanking Connie for all the work she did on this.
She does a great job.
She makes
We
it
go
easy.
back and forth, iteration after iteration. It's a long process, and She is just amazing, and want to recognize Connie for all she's done.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. She deserves it. Yeah, she's so smooth and steady. I was begging her to come help me at home at my checkpoint.
No, we're not stretching her
I just
that
hope with the
thin.
numbers, Jeff and his team does all the hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got our future agenda review, and I think the first thing you've probably all been told by Charlotte is that
Don't pay
forget
attention
January.
for January.
We're not going to talk about January because it's not ready for us. Thanks for coming in.
Can't believe we're talking about January.
When is January? I'm getting
It's coming up
confused.
soon. Future agenda is January.
I have one quick thing, Rich. I am returning that week of the 2nd or whatever it is, the week of total confusion of December. I have one shot to get here. I'm flying the Delta Direct. Greg can witness that it's not always.
Doesn't always get here.
So I need to know,
Doesn't always arrive.
we need to follow up on who I call if I'm stuck, because there won't be a quorum for Tuesday.
That's the 3rd. December 3rd.
And
And if you can't be here, then there's not a quorum.
that's what I'm saying. But I'm going to be stuck somewhere in Utah or somewhere.
I did it in 6 hours.
I'm not driving all night and getting here to come to meetings all day by myself. Are you by yourself?
But I don't want you to do that.
Yeah, and you said it was horrendous.
So, it wasn't fun.
So we need to discuss that for me. Who should I send the alert to that I'm stuck in beautiful downtown Salt Lake City?
Just send a Peacock or a Rich.
Should I just,
I think just send it to
well, you can't always, yeah, I have to.
John or I, then we can try to flip it out.
Sometimes you can't reach Peacock, so I just want everybody to have a heads up to be looking for something that night. I should probably send it either way. I'm on my way or I'm not on my way.
That'd be great.
Okay, so but I'll probably do emails to
We'll
the two
track
of you then, because you can't always reach people on cell phones, and I don't know home phones, so.
NORAD will be tracking Santa Claus and his sleigh by then. We'll ask him to look after you also.
Do I have to wear a hat? I got one.
With a red nose.
I got one of those too. All right, that's the
right.
only thing I had, because everything else is pretty much wrapped up for the year, and we don't, oh, there he is, we don't do January right now, so. We're just talking about if I get stuck in transit for that meeting, that I need to be here for the quorum on the 3rd of December. I'm gonna send you guys an email letting you know, so you need to have a heads up, because if I'm stuck,
Thank
it'll
you.
be Monday night somewhere.
Things start.
So-
Do you want to, do we want to set up a situation where I could call in and remote into the meeting?
We did set up the room for that.
Move back
Does that work for a
Wednesday,
quorum?
so you could be there.
So I could be there for Thursday for the 5th.
We got a lot of conversations going
Guys.
here.
Sorry, guys.
You have to stay the whole meeting, though. You can't just call in to establish the quorum. You have to stay for the quorum, right?
So, the ability to create a quorum by joining electronically is up to the board, and so we did wire this room so that either board members or presenters could join electronically, so that is an option for the board.
So I will remember when I'm in Salt Lake and know what my destiny is.
Because you're supposed to be home Monday night.
Supposed to be home Monday night.
So how's that work for a quorum, though? So let's say Kelly calls in to start the meeting, but then she has to leave.
Just to stay.
So I think we need to probably ask John Ely, because there's two interpretations out there, that once a quorum is created for a meeting, it cannot be broken. The other is that the quorum needs to be maintained throughout the meeting, and I would defer to John on
Just
how that
curious.
works for you guys.
All right.
Thank you.
I could call in from somewhere. 'Cause we need to look at that option.
just
From
Steve-
the air, I don't think I
Steve
could.
just reminded me, I was on one of the agendas for not being here on the 4th, but I'm planning to be here on the 4th, Wednesday, leaving that evening to be out of town on the 5th. That's
I don't know, but
all apprise Charlotte.
don't confuse Mr. Peacock, because he still thinks we're meeting
Yeah,
on
he's still
the
playing
5th.
catch up, right?
I think you guys keep telling me that, so I won't be here.
That's a thought.
Okay, anything else on future agendas? Can we move along?
You know, I've been looking at the agenda. There really aren't any outside agencies coming in to report
On that Tuesday?
on that Tuesday. I mean, it's all staff. There's a P&Z that night, but that wouldn't
I don't
affect
do
you.
that.
So I don't
So
know.
I just want to give you guys a heads up to be looking, and I'll remind you again during my travels. I'll get in touch and say I'm flying home Monday. I'm flying home tomorrow. Please be alerted that I might be stuck in beautiful Salt Lake City. And I'm not getting a car and driving back by myself.
Well, when I flew in, just so you know, there were no hotels available. I
I'm
could not
really good
stay.
at airport benches.
Okay, that's where you'll be. All right. Okay, so we need a short 3 or 4 minutes. George, just give us a couple minutes. I could use a few minute break. I've got to move for a minute. We'll be right back, Grassroots.
All right. John, tomorrow, 9 o'clock.
Ask you. And now we're back. Okay, and we're back with, this is the Phillips operational recommendations.
All right. Thank you, Greg. John Peacock, County Manager, here with our representatives from DHM Design.
Laura Kirk.
Bob Schultz.
And we're here today to follow up from the meeting in September. In September, we had indicated that there were some operational types of concerns that we got general direction on from the board. Today, we're back to go into a little bit more detail and make sure the board is comfortable with the direction that we are headed with the operational issues at Phillips, and or to give us different direction on how to proceed. I'd note that we are scheduled to be back with site planning in mid-December, and we're open to be able to get through the operational concerns today so that we can dedicate that full meeting to site planning ideas. There are several operational issues, I believe 5, that we wanted to cover today, and that includes attrition of space and replacement of units, leave of absence and subletting and roommate policies, unit sales, proposed rent increases, and policies related to relocating homes. At this point, I think what we'd like to do is take each one in order, discuss them, see if we can get direction from the board, and move on to the next and work through it that way, if that's okay.
Okay, let's do.
All right. So first up is attrition of spaces and replacement of units policy. Bob?
So the situation for this would be someone is desiring to move a new unit onto the space, or they are leaving and they are abandoning their space. So the direction that we're proposing is that on the hillside, we would try and keep spaces full for economic reasons and trying to keep the rents as reasonable as we can. But the units can only be moved in as long as we can accommodate the 10-foot fire separation between units. And on the other side of the river, over at Riverview, that if somebody does leave their unit and that they can't move a new mobile home on, or they can't they can't replace that unit with a different unit. So if somebody leaves, that's going to stay empty, so that through attrition we can help reduce the number of problem situations we have over there with people who need to be relocated at some point. So kind of 2 different approaches on the 2 different sides of the river based on the findings that have happened so far.
I have a question on Riverview. I agree with no replacement, but since we are trying to keep the overall rents at a stable level, if we're losing rent income from over there, is there any thought given to allowing those units to be rented until such time as, because it may be a couple years out before we're actually, done with this process? if we could rent them on a really month to month and let people know that when the time comes, this unit or if something comes up, just so we can continue with that rental income, because everybody else is going to have to make it up, right?
So that wouldn't involve a new or a replacement unit, so this is pretty silent to that.
Yeah, it would be in the existing unit.
So the idea being that if somebody wants to leave, that they can continue to do month-to-month rent or whatever on their unit, and
With a clear understanding of the situation, you know, that this is, I'm just thinking about having to make all the other homeowners there then up their rents even more to compensate for that deficit we have and what it's costing us to operate the park and what revenue we're gaining. It's just a thought.
And the cabins right now are on a month-to-month.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the cabins are on a month-to-month. That's the other units.
It's just a thought, so we can.
so they could be treated like the cabins.
Yeah, if the board is willing to entertain that thought.
Steve's got one.
If someone on the riverside is leaving because of the uncertainty feeling factor that they have, if we could locate sites on the hillside where they would be allowed to move to or put a new unit in there, just to keep them in the trailer park rather than have them leave and vacate. I would like us to be able to
That's part of it.
Do that. And we'll be back to you in December with proposals for site plans that we're hoping that you'll be able to give us direction on one of those, that we can then start doing land use planning to create those landing sites.
I think that would give, if we have those, and they get the first priority on moving into them, if we had that certainty, people would be more likely to stay then. Yeah.
And I think the proposal right now is that Riverview residents seeking to relocate would have first priority if there is a vacancy that maintains that 10-foot fire separation in the existing sites. And we'd likely have a similar proposal, as Bob is saying, as we develop new sites.
I think that's always been part of the discussion for the Riverview tenants. But can we consider then, is the board willing to do that? If somebody decides to move out of the Riverview area, we can do it on make sure we still have those units occupied. I think that's one of our goals. I don't think we wouldn't, but I want to make sure we do.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if that gets to your overall concern though, because like if someone on Hillside moves out without a 10-foot fire separation, we can't move anybody in there. So there's going to be a net loss.
Well, I'm saying that, yeah, but
So your
this
rental
would be
income will go
increasing it if
down.
somebody moves out of Riverview and we don't let them rent that out or whatever. I just want to make sure we keep whatever units possible occupied.
On month to month until
Yeah,
we make
and most of them are month to month
construction
anyway, but I want to see the least amount of lost income possible, because then the people that live there are going to have to make that up somehow, or we're going to have to absorb it.
And in many cases, their physical separation is driven in large part by additions. And so there may be some situations where we could move one out, and then because the new one doesn't have an addition, you can't do what we've always done in the past of building a shed and then a
Garage
bedroom
and
then
a laundry room and
Yeah. The understanding is that you can move your home here, but you can't
grow it,
creeping add on to it.
I'm okay with that.
Unless there's the 10 feet.
Got it.
So how's it ever gonna look like Smuggler Trailer Park if they can't keep adding on and?
Smuggler
Or any
doesn't.
other. Okay.
Kidding, we got people who keep an eye on us.
So is that, I just want to do a check-in that that's the agreement with the board.
And the substance of that is that if there's an empty unit, we can rent it out until it's time to take it out.
We would go on a month to month, and there's really two circumstances. The first is the one that Patty had referenced, which is as we complete infrastructure and have sites available on Hillside, that relocation opportunities would happen at that point. Or if there would unfortunately be the failure of the infrastructure on the riverside, that we would not necessarily be able to repair.
Right.
That would drive probably relocation at that.
I also have a question though, if
Right.
I'm living there now, on Riverview, I move out, somebody new comes in, do they then get the first priority if they're moving in kind of after the fact?
You know, that's kind of been the way the county has worked in the past. So if you look at things like Woody Creek and Lazy Glen, and one of the interesting consequences of that is that it can help create a market for somebody to be able to move. Because, you know, there's a lot of uncertainty, as was mentioned, about this. But if you can at least say, hey, as part of what you're getting is to be first in line,
You're buying into that.
and there's a little
literally.
something for somebody to be able to get out. And some of that, my understanding, has happened at Woody Creek, where there was a chance for some people to get out and some other people to get in because they wanted to be in the position of buying
In
a
there.
lot, and other people didn't really want to be in that position.
Okay, then I
So
agree
given
with
that change, is everyone comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have two comments or concerns. One is, at some point, depending on the infrastructure, that may dictate if and when we just have to close that area off completely, because we're not going to reinvest any new dollars into it. And the second is, and I'm okay with a month-to-month, but as with all of these issues, we're going to rely on APSHA guidelines.
That's coming up.
Yeah, I
Yep.
know it is, but I would say for this, for me to agree with this, it would still have to be
It would still apply when we
applied for
get to
APSHA
that.
guidelines.
Oh, so they need to qualify under APSHA guidelines for.
Anybody new moving in?
Yeah, because otherwise.
If we get to that, when we get to that.
And I think that would make sense, given the board's preference that anyone there have a priority for new spaces. They will need to qualify for APSHA guidelines for that.
Steve?
On the riverside, if there could be the situation where the septic system is approaching failure, if there are one or two fewer dwelling units there, it could prolong the length of time that the other people could stay there before the septic system is no longer functional. And so that needs to be considered too. You maybe have to let the attrition happen on the riverside just to help the septic system out, or the water system, or whatever.
Right, that's what we said, and if it's,
Yeah.
the whole system fails in total, everybody's gonna have to.
Yeah.
So we are monitoring that system. We don't think it's in imminent danger of failure, but it's been there a while. So, you know, you never know. So we don't see that as an issue right now, but if we did and we thought that, you know, some attrition would be beneficial, we could bring that back to the board at that time.
And the easiest ones in that situation would be the 3 rental cabins, because they're on month-to-month leases. So if we did start to see that point, there's about 30% of the demand that's on a month-to-month lease right now.
Okay.
We ready to move on to the next item?
Yep.
So next item is leave of absence, subletting, and roommate policies.
So the gist of this is, once again, in the past, these transactions, the governments have been pretty hands-off until there was a subdivision. But the sense of this was, because the county has put so much effort into this, that maybe this is a little bit different situation, and that we ought to at least make sure that they're qualified employees. If somebody is doing a leave of absence, going off to take care of a family member, or just on a personal quest or whatever, or if they're looking to bring in a roommate, or if they're just taking off and like you're saying, want to rent it out until something changes. So the proposed direction here is to follow the APSHA guidelines, but the single most important thing, because we don't have a category for these or anything, is that the person is a qualified employee in Pickens County, and that we could be flexible on other parts of it, but that They have to be a 1,500-hour qualified employee.
So when I first read that, I read it differently. You've better explained it. For people who have to qualify in the future, what about people who are already retired, who don't work?
And there's a qualification process
Is
for
that
them.
okay? I know, but I just want to make sure that we don't forget that we're not saying, by the way, you got to go out and work 1,500 hours, even though you're already you're already on Social Security.
Because you said we don't really have categories there, but given the next topic in terms of rent, even with the current rent, it's low enough that it seems like we should perhaps just be looking at categories 1, 2, maybe 3 at the most. I mean, some point, because otherwise.
I think we will at some point, but right now I think we're.
Well, I think we could come up with a range, knowing what the categories 1, 2, or 3 pay in rent. So it shouldn't be just wide open.
Right.
Everybody pays the same
Should they
amount
get to
of
charge $2,000 a month for someone to sublet?
I think what George is referring to is if I'm taking a leave of absence and renting it to somebody, what's that price?
So should it go up from what everybody's paying right now? Because everybody's paying the same amount right
Yeah.
now.
So there's two ways.
Actually, maybe I'm confusing it. We don't have any categories here currently.
Right.
Correct.
So if someone wants to rent out their unit, if they want to leave, shouldn't that person qualify for what the current rental rate is in terms of a category? So someone from category 4 or 5 should not probably be allowed to look at coming into this, into Phillips. It should be more catered towards categories 1, 2, maybe 3.
This would just be for short-term, like leave of absence?
Yeah, right.
Roommate,
Well-
that kind of stuff, right? Not for the permanent rental of the unit, right?
So this,
And the rent is usually dictated by the unit, not for like a sublet situation or a roommate situation is dictated by the unit, not by the person applying for it. And that's what caps the amount.
Well, our rents are
So,
all the
like-
same there.
Yeah. So
But-
there's two
But not for
ways.
someone's like if it's my home and I want to rent it out and no one's telling me what that maximum
Oh, yeah.
number is for monthly rent to a roommate or a sublet situation, the way APSHA would figure that out is to say, well, this unit is category 2, so you can only charge a maximum amount every month, as opposed to, someone saying, well, I'm going to charge $2,000 a month.
Well, right now they pay
Have a roommate.
$1,600 a month. What's their rent right now?
350.
What if it comes out?
50 is
But
the
that's their
space
land
rent.
rent. That's not
Yeah.
their.
So APSHA guidelines do not establish by category a rental or a rental cap, for example, on mobile home spaces. And so, but there are the rental caps for units based on bedroom and income. So there's a few ways that you could approach it, trying to meld what I think I'm hearing here is, George, I hear you looking for a threshold for people to be able to rent within Phillips, so choosing a category there and below. And so if you're to do that, my recommendation would be to choose that maximum category, and then rent could be charged basically like we do with county units based on the household income. So you won't have anyone, for example, above a category 3 if that's the maximum category that the board sets. But if the household would qualify as a category 2 income, then that would cap out your max rent.
I think the
That's
goal
one way to
is
do it,
that you're
or
not
you
making
can-
money off an affordable housing unit by renting it out. So however you guys want to come up with that, whichever process, just don't want it to be so cumbersome that we get lost in.
No, the process is there. What's absent is the category assignment to know what that number is.
And I don't know how we would get there, because some of the people own, some people have mortgages, some people have no bedroom units, some people have 3-bedroom. So it's a really complex, so you guys figure it out and come back to us and let us know what you can do.
Another piece of this is that APSHA has not agreed to administer these. And if they choose not to, then one of your staff member will be doing this. So in terms of time management, the more farther we go down the road, the
more
more somebody needs to be willing to dedicate their staff time to, kind of chasing this out and really sort of learning how to do it to begin with. So that's, in conversation with Phyllis, that's where we got to, until we get a sense of whether APSHA is willing to take this on or not. Maybe we start with the focus on full-time employees and ease ourselves into this as the world becomes more clear.
Still don't want people making huge sums of money off of renting their affordable housing unit. I mean, that just defeats the philosophy behind affordable housing, employee housing. So I
So
think we need
it
better
sounds like let me try this as far as direction so that we can possibly move it forward is we need to establish a maximum kind of category that the board feels that the units should be serving, and then work with APSHA on the process from there. Are they going to be, up to category 3s, or would we qualify the rents based on the household income of the renters coming in, and it'll basically flex between category 3 and category 1. While APSHA hasn't agreed to do this yet, we do provide a pretty significant subsidy to APSHA, so it'd be my hope that there would be some agreement from APSHA to do this.
Connections
We will move that along
question
if they
on
want
this.
that budget.
I have another question on this topic. Are we interpreting leave of absence and sublessee as like this, like tied processes here?
Is it one and the same, or is
I
it
guess,
different?
well, I'm just because the leave of absence thing is what's a little awkward for me, because in APSHA, like you need to, if you're in APSHA already, you need to apply for a leave of absence to say, well, I'm not going to work for the next 2 years in Picken County. I've applied for a leave of absence, and that's on file at APSHA. So is that what we're asking people to do here if they are not working or are not retired? I just want to be clear on that.
I think we should follow that process.
Yeah, it would be following the same categories that they have in the APSHA guidelines. So there's one around leave of absence, there's one around subletting, and there's one around roommates, and we would just be mirroring those.
So we're going to be asking people to re-qualify then every 2 years who live in Phillips now.
We haven't gotten to that yet.
So there's an option there, Kelly. I think as new people come in, definitely we would be recommending that they come in under the APSHA guidelines. There will still be a policy question for this board as to what kind of grandfathering might or might not exist going forward.
Yeah, and I think we need to know the demographics of the population to know how we want to deal with that.
But certainly as folks come into, as the population rotates out, the new population for sure we'd be recommending.
Right.
I think we still have some questions about the grandfathering, and we didn't address that here. That would be a policy question associated with the site planning and such.
Okay. I guess I'm trying to think under what other situations somebody else might sublease that isn't coupled with a leave of absence request.
Yeah, general
Something
economic
like a
development,
short-term Airbnb type of
No, we're
thing
not
could,
going there.
and I understand has happened already there at Phillips. So someone could actually be living in their unit and doing an Airbnb on a bedroom and part of the unit right now.
So that
But
would
that would go away. if it-
probably not be allowed under these guidelines.
You'd have to qualify your roommate.
Yeah, because they're not an employee, an APSHA qualified employee.
But a leave of absence versus a sublet might be at a period of time and the circumstances. Where I'm not taking really a 2-year leave of absence and won't be working, but I might not make my 1,500 hours, or I might make my 1,500 hours, but I'm going to be gone I won't be living there for 6 months and 1 day.
I guess it just doesn't make sense to me to have a leave of absence requirement if we haven't figured out if people are going to have to continue to prove their qualifications over time who already live there.
Well, that's because we
Right.
probably will be grandfathering in most of the, if not all of the residents that live there. That's our goal, is to keep the people living there who live there.
That's been the history. Now,
Lots of grandfathering at Smuggler
things don't
for
always
lots of
have to
different
stay the
issues.
same, but there was, even in Woody Creek, you had some employers buying units
Smuggler the same.
and then being able to have their own employee housing program by getting in before the date at which the subdivision, when you go buy the land, that's in the past when we've started loading up with the APSHA-related rules. But this could be a different situation, just historically, that's what's happened.
Smuggler did that and even let people continue to own those even though they didn't live there until they, at such time they sold, and then they came in under the guidelines.
So the roommate and sublease probably makes sense regardless. I would say on the leave of absence, maybe let us consider that more. We did just have the conversation that there may be new people coming in order to have better position once the hillside development happens. And I think it'd be our recommendation that all three apply to folks coming in and who are qualified. So perhaps the nuance here is since we haven't qualified and the leave of absence may not make sense for the existing population until we figure out that grandfathering, that certainly would apply to the new folks coming in, and we can make that distinction. Does that make sense to everyone?
That sounds all right.
Good catch.
Sales.
Are we ready to move on to unit sales? They just get longer the more we.
Now, Bob, in your description, a review of previous mobile home park history. So you're talking about other mobile home parks elsewhere.
In Pickens County.
In Pickens County. Oh,
Right, so.
Just want to make sure I understand what
Aspen
you're.
Village, Lazy Glen, Woody Creek, and Smuggler are the comparables for the purposes of this.
You know, we could still buy part of the basalt trailer court too if we wanted to, right, John?
Sorry, what?
No. Okay,
World
back to let's stay on
domination.
task here.
So this is kind of a follow-up on the last conversation, and it may be that you want to go a different direction here. But once again, the history has been that the county and the city have been kind of hands-off until the time of the subdivision, and then everything started to kick in for future owners from that point over. So the recommendation here was to just kind of stay out of any sales that happen between now and the time of subdivision when people can buy their land.
Is there a possibility that we may subdivide any new lots if we were to build them up on that upper level before we were able to subdivide because of setbacks, et cetera, the older section? So could we separate out, subdivide the subdivision?
Could be phased, could be.
Yeah. So that would kick in, because that would make, that would be easier to subdivide those new lots than it might be, because I know there's difficulties in setbacks in trying to create some kind of equal unit, equal lot. It's sometimes very difficult.
I'm a little confused, but, which is, what you're talking about, if someone currently has a trailer on Hillside and they want to sell it, and we just stay out of it. However, why would we let them just sell the unit if that unit is going to be substandard, not to fire code, and the new buyer is going to run into all these problems?
That's another discussion, I think, George, but I agree.
Who can they sell it to?
Somebody has to qualify 1,500 hours of working, but.
Yeah, but why would you move someone into a unit that you know is not, it needs to be relocated?
I think what's happened in the past is it's similar to the discussion we had around the rental units. Why would somebody come into that uncertain situation? It's more to position for any lots that are being developed and either having a preference there or the ability to stay on and move a new unit in potentially once the layouts are finalized and the spacing
Wouldn't it have to be
is
involved in
done.
disclosure?
It's really
too,
an issue of
itself?
disclosure during
Right,
the
I mean,
transaction.
but rental's much different than sales. Because rental, it's a short term, sales, it's,
Don't you think they're going to
then it's ownership, I mean.
If they're gonna sell, they'd have to do a disclosure that said, this place may need to be moved. It's an at-risk purchase.
Just as it is today.
Because people are buying them now. Not right now, but
Well, but how do
they
you,
might be if they're watching.
who's doing the transaction and how do you know what's being disclosed? Things are not being disclosed. Everything's at the risk of the buyer. And there's no such thing as disclosures anymore in real estate transactions.
Well, I can't control that, but.
No, but I'm saying, so we're not protecting the potential buyers, what I'm saying.
That's correct.
And that's not our responsibility.
Does the
is
buyer
it?
have to qualify?
Well, it's our responsibility. We own the trailer
It's the
court.
same now.
We own the land, we don't own the trailer.
So they don't even have to live in Picken County or, eventually come under APSHA.
1,500
Right.
hours they have to work. Isn't it?
This is a little messy for me.
We wouldn't make the new buyer qualify for 1,500 hours?
We
Well,
can. I mean, that's why
Yeah,
we're bringing
that-
this to
that's
you.
why we're bringing it
I
up.
think
I
we
think
need
they
to.
should.
Yeah.
I think anybody
Otherwise-
new coming in, if you're a tenant or a subleasee or a new owner, you need to qualify at least for the 1,500 hours of employment in Picken County.
Yeah, I agree with that. And so maybe the way to resolve that is if and when APSHA takes over the management of this, which they should, then they go through the normal application with APSHA, and APSHA, as the transactor, can then let them know and sign,
When they're purchasing the property.
that you may have to move this unit at some point. So there's that disclosure at that point.
Well, the disclosure from the county's side could take place in the lease. So everybody there has a lease, and if you wanted to just adjust the ones on Riverview to include that disclosure, then it
I
wouldn't.
think all the leases should disclose that.
Yeah, it could say on the hillside ones about spacing, and on the Riverview ones about the issues over
So
there.
that documentation would be available to any new purchaser.
Because that's really our hook right now. We don't have any transaction responsibility with the unit, so. Yeah, it's
And I just would, instead of just honing on the 1,500 hours, I want to have it a little bit more open so that if retirees who would qualify want to do that purchase, they would not be excluded.
Well, but right now you can't be retired and move into APSHA. You can live in APSHA if you retire, right?
Right.
No,
No,
that's
you
not
can
my
still,
understanding.
you
If-
have to show, you
yeah.
have to demonstrate, like, that you still have qualified, even if you're in retirement, that you would have met all those qualifications leading up to that.
You have to have worked at least 4 years full-time before retiring in Picken County.
I didn't think you could be retired and move in. I think you could be retired and stay. I didn't know that. I'm not retired and I'm not going anywhere.
Not retiring.
Never, ever.
Well,
Always
if
something to
we
do.
just tie this into all the APSHA
Yeah.
rules and guidelines.
And again,
then
which
we're
are in
covered.
flux a little, so it just
Yeah,
helps
as that evolve, we'll evolve
Yeah.
with it.
Yeah.
So in
In
the,
some manner.
We should not have to try to reinvent the wheel here.
Oh, come on,
yeah,
George.
in the APSHA guidelines right now, if someone is already retired but qualified, when they worked in Picken County for so many years, their income and their amount of resources they have meet the APSHA guidelines. Even though they're retired, they could move into a unit or buy a unit. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So they don't have to be actively working right now if they were retired.
And you kind of hope some of the people in 3 bedrooms will eventually want a 1-bedroom at some point.
That's
So-
the hope.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then one last little curve, glitch, if we're going to utilize the APSHA guidelines for sales, then we need to designate categories.
Exactly.
Now that's gonna be
I
really
think
fun.
that will come though, because again, we don't have any transactional responsibility or ownership in the units. We have the ownership in the land,
Yeah.
and so at the point where we start to plan new sites and move people on, then that would be the point, how we tie the land to that transaction, yes.
Could you go-
It
Now
would
it's
be
sort of like
OSHA
an
guidelines.
RO. It could be just right now treated sort of like an RO. The price isn't set.
Right, it's kind of like all the different HOAs has different deed restrictions, right? So
And the only way you
no
could,
consistency.
could you track the sale of the unit through the assessor's personal property records? They don't pay property tax, but they pay personal property tax. They should. I do on my mobile home.
Not all of them
Specific
are-
ownership, I think is,
Not all of them are in that database.
yeah.
I mean, there are people living in travel trailers there, so.
Some of them
gonna
are
be like a
paying
registration
either
fee.
specific ownership, yeah, which would be your specific ownership tax. Some of them are paying, the
Vehicle
personal-
license.
I still have a VIN number on the front window of my trailer. Pretty cool.
Regarding other sales of mobile homes, I remember some mobile home parks have rules about the age of a trailer or a mobile home, the age of the unit, and they have a cutoff. You know, if it's over 30 years old or if it's over X number of years old, it cannot be relocated.
That's
for
HUD
instance,
standard.
or-
That's a federal
Yeah, I think you're
standard.
thinking of the pre-HUD.
Right, remember you
1976.
mentioned it, 76.
So we've actually, that's our final issue really.
Relocating homes
for you,
that's in
so,
Oh,
yeah.
I'd like to get a little more clarity on
Yeah.
this one. Maybe you
So
can
would I.
explain
On
it to me
unit
after the
sales.
meeting, but.
Well, let's make sure we understand it here with all
Okay.
of them.
So the original thought was, until we subdivide, these are private transactions. And then we started hearing, well, they ought to at least be full-time employees and maybe something like RO type restrictions. And then also heard you should come back with a proposed category for dealing with those.
I don't think we can do post cap. I think, but also don't forget, put in the leases, this disclosure of you may.
Yes.
All the leases needs, that, I think that's a priority. George is right. We need to have some way to disclose that. I don't know
So
how
I
we would enforce
think-
the 1,500 hours working though. I don't know. how
Well,
we-
here's how I think you do it is the transaction on the mobile home unit is separate from the lease for the land. The lease for the land is a transaction between the county and the renter. The purchase of the unit is between the owner and the buyer. And so
So could
I
we say in
think
the lease?
Bob's original idea of qualifying for the lease on the land with at least the 1,500 hours, at least that's what I thought you said.
But if he didn't say it, that's brilliant.
Yeah, and we tie it that way, and we make folks aware that that is going to be the case, and frankly, hopefully that's disclosed. There's a little bit of a risk there that
Addresses
won't
that,
be
though.
disclosed to a new buyer, but it would be in the rental agreement. Is that, I thought that's what you said. I thought it was pretty
Better
good.
than what I said.
Oh,
I
good.
said it.
Take credit.
Who's gonna get the credit for it? But I like it.
Are there no
Good idea,
other
George.
accepted practices that the owner of the park would have for criteria for purchase or renewal of the units that we want to explore?
Can we
Sounds like-
parking lot that maybe, and,
Yeah,
and
that's
once
I
we
think
get to the moving the units, because I think you're going into the HUD pre-HUD kind of conversation.
Just wondering if there's something where we want to go beyond that, or what we're trying to do is bring the entire place up. And we don't want to hinder that by creating something that I want to make sure we've anticipated everything that could happen.
Well, we
So
can
if you
explain
don't
HUD when
mind,
we
if
get there.
Greg, if we could parking lot that and see if that question gets addressed when we talk about relocation of the
Got
units.
it, okay, all right.
Okay. There was an introduction of this at our last meeting. Hiram's talked to a few people, I've talked to a few people, Phyllis has probably talked to a few people, just testing ideas about, we have this shortage and we want the thing to be able to pay its own way. And so we kind of pushed and pulled through a number of scenarios, and it's running about a $1,600 a month deficit right now. and there are some additional things that need to happen. There's been a wonderful cleanup project that Hiram's been working on this fall. It's really night and day difference over in that shed area. And next year we've got some wildfire safety work to do and some brush clearing. And so the idea was to go for about $2,400 a month so that there's money that can take care of those improvements that are supposed to take place. These would be new rents starting January 1st, and the space rentals would go from $350 to $395. That's still a below market rent.
More like half, 50% of market rate, maybe?
Yeah.
45%, 40% or
the biggest change is in the cabin rentals, and I haven't talked to each of the cabin renters. I did email communicate with them because this was the biggest change proposed. Right now, we're renting the land lease and the cabin for $450 a month. So the idea was to go to $700 a month on those three.
So it's both the rent, the space and the cabin.
Correct.
All in.
Correct. And then the storage, there's equipment and things that RVs and boats, and so the idea there was to go from $25 to $35 a month. If we do all of those, then we get into that $2,400 a month range, which we think balances the books and gives us enough money to do continue the cleanup projects for next year.
I'm comfortable with the increases. I'd like us to clarify the number of spaces or areas being used for storage. I have a feeling that there's probably more storage there than is being charged. So I think we should clarify that, because that might be, I think a lot of people just are pulling stuff up there and dropping it off. So I think I think that's appropriate. I mean, these are all really reasonable prices. I know, but any increase is a shock. I mean, we just went through it at mine. But, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
And Bob, do you have a sense of what's being charged and such? It may be good to get some clarity around that.
Our monthly assessment is around $400.
But
3 to 4, depending on
for
people
storage?
still have the loan out, and we don't really charge.
What's that for?
That's our monthly assessment, but some people are still paying down the loan we did to do our infrastructure, so they're at the higher end. We don't allow storage in ours because we don't have room for it.
And I was just
You
clarifying
can get extra parking places for $50.
what are folks getting when we charge the 25 to 35?
So they're paying up $50 for a
They pay
parking space?
$50 a month more for a parking place at Smuggler. We have a few extra spaces for people that they want to park their motorcycle trailer on their property, so they park their car. But that's filling up too, so we're not losing guest spaces.
And we can circle back with Hiram on the storage.
Yeah, I bet there's probably some.
I have a
left.
list but it's old, of the number of people that were paying storage, and it's a pretty dynamic situation out there. So I would, and it could change again. Although at $35 a month, I think it.
And they should be associated with somebody who lives there. In other words,
Right,
I
there-
can't
there's
rent a
that.
space there and move my RV there for the winter.
This isn't a self-storage, as far as I know. We haven't talked about it being a separate business.
Right.
Self-storage business. Kelly?
Yeah, I guess I'm just a little concerned with the rental jump, because, that's where people are living. I think I would prefer to see a $200 a month increase and then a bigger storage rental increase, since those are sort of not living spaces and.
So go to
more
50 a month for
extraneous.
storage and down to 200 for,
So just on the cabins, Kelly, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Or okay.
yeah.
I'd like.
It's just a lot. It's
George, go
almost
ahead.
half as much.
Well, do we know how many people are utilizing storage rentals?
I could give you a guess. It's
I
like
mean, what
5
we're
or
trying to do is,
6.
if we want to try to do some math here,
I don't know
from
if we
Kelly's.
really know.
I mean, if
And
you're
like
dropping,
there's-
if you're dropping from 450, what you're suggesting, go to 650, right? What do we
Yours is
need
150
to
bucks?
increase the storage rentals to come back? I mean, if the goal is to get up to make that $1,600 deficit. I mean,
Plus $2,400.
So $2,400.
For the other little improvements
So-
we're doing. So could you maybe give us a number, come back on that? I kind of see where Kelly's coming from, and I think $50 a month for storage is a good deal.
I feel as if I don't have enough information to make a good judgment on any of this right now. The thing that I do know is that this is probably the lowest price sweetheart deal in the entire valley between here and Glenwood. I'm not sure where you could find any of these possible things for less price. So we know we're not gouging anybody, even if we raise the rent more than any of these. I don't think we're gouging. I'd rather see us look for a more, I don't want to use realistic because maybe this is the realistic amount, but I would rather be firm about setting the rate a little bit higher so we're not creating more of a dependency on that low rate. It's kind of an artificially low rate. And I'd rather take applications for supplements in situations of hardship. If somebody living there is just simply, it's determined that it's really not possible for them to add any more or meet ever the rent, I'd rather come up with a way to supplement that individuals, but not just across the board drop the price or try to keep it artificially low because we don't quite understand the situations there. I'm trying to grapple with this. It's like, this is the best deal in the valley. We're arguing over whether we can drop it $50 or not, when really we should set it at something closer to reality, if I dare say that, and then maybe come up with an assistance plan for somebody who's been there a long time who just simply.
They'd all come in for that.
Well, maybe they would. Maybe some of them might not. I don't know, but I'd love to have a better handle on it. I don't want to feel as if we're being unjust or anything here, but this does seem like it's just so artificially low compared to the rest of the valley. I'm having a hard time whether does it matter if we drop the price $50 a month or raise it $50 for the rentals. I don't have a reference on that, so I'm grasping at it here.
I think the $45 increase on the thing is fine. I'd go to $400, but $395. I think the cabin rentals, Kelly has a good point, and I think we need to find out how we can make that up. Increasing the storage, because again, that's a luxury for people to have that off-site storage there, but we don't want them just parking it anywhere, so we need to keep that in mind. But I don't want to raise it artificially, and I think when we moved into this property, we said we would do what we could to keep people there, but it might include some kind of rent increase. But I don't want to make it so everybody has to come in and appeal to us on a fixed income level or something. And
my sense is, and I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but if the board were to look at some combination of a more modest increase, say space rentals at $50 a month, potentially with a fixed income kind of opportunity to
discount
for those who really can't afford it. My guess is you'd be able to bring easily down that cabin rental. What I think I heard you say, Kelly, was maybe a $200 increase versus the $250. The ratios, I think, would probably work out pretty close if you went to a $50 increase on the space rentals and maybe an incremental increase on the storage, and use that difference to bring down the cabin rentals. You'd probably be in that ballpark.
Yeah.
So that'd be an option.
How many cabin rentals do we have?
3.
We have 3, and they're all on the riverside?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so at some point they're going to disappear. But we don't know how many spaces are being rented. And do we have,
About 30.
Yeah.
are we about 30 spaces rented?
storage?
Okay.
No,
and
no,
then
for units.
But how many storage units are, we don't know that.
You're asking about how many people are paying storage, George?
Yes.
The last roll that I looked at was 6 or 7, and there's probably a dozen storage items out there. So whether there's some story, at one point Hiram was doing some exchange with one of the guys that has stuff out there, and he was doing some plowing, and So I try not to drill too far down into those things and, you know.
There's about 50 years of that going on,
It's,
right?
So, and then are there designated spaces for storage, or
No.
is it helter-skelter?
it's helter-skelter.
That's coming on the site planning
Yeah.
side.
Yeah.
But if you do the math, I mean, three units,
Yeah.
you know, if you reduce it by $50 is
$600 a year.
yeah, and 30 at 5 is the same. It equals out. And so if you have 30 units that you increase the monthly space rental by $5, it is the same as reducing 3 units by
When you say
50.
monthly rentals, are you talking storage? Let's clarify,
no.
you're not talking
No, no.
space rentals?
Yeah,
I'm
the space
talking
rental.
space rentals.
So you're saying rather than 350, it goes to 400?
Yes, instead of going
Instead of 395,
$395,
it goes to 400.
Yeah.
And then you would
Find a
go
better
on
way
the
to get to that
cabin rentals
2400.
from 450 to 650.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that, and again, in a year or two, we can revisit that, right?
And
mean-
increasing the storage to 50 a month?
Yeah, however the numbers work. So if we want to drop the 3 cabins by $50, we just need to come up with that difference.
say-
And we could do that difference with a combination of the space rentals, adding another $5, and increasing the storage rentals by X amount. So it's just some simple math.
And I have another question, though, about the storage. Is there a requirement, we need to be looking at what's allowed to be stored? Is it in an old abandoned car that's seeping fluids? Is it, a
Shiny
boat?
silver.
Is it?
Is it a
I think-
junkyard? Yeah.
Yeah, we need to look at that as far as the site planning, that,
Yeah,
we need
I'd
to be
look at
looking
that
at
in
what
the
people,
future.
if it's
Yep.
just because they don't want to get rid of it, so they're just parking it up there, and then they're gonna move off, and we're gonna end up with it.
Is
But
it
but,
sheltered, shielded?
$50 a month, that's,
Yeah.
The other part of this is the $2,400 a month is not a fixed fee in perpetuity. We know that's going to increase. Do we have a projection on how those costs are going to increase, and are we going to be back again niggling
So-
over the space or the storage rent in a year?
It's a chicken and the egg question, because it does depend on how many units are finally anticipated in that site plan and how those costs are distributed between that number of units. And so what we're really just here today to do is to get that operating guidance for 2020 as we go through the site planning exercise and finalizing that infrastructure. So we will have
Get us
numbers
to
for you, Greg, but yeah, we'll need to know, it's a big difference if it's 40 units versus
Right.
60 units versus 80 units, and the economies of scale on the infrastructure.
As those expenses go up, maybe we can attach a percentage. If it increases by a percentage, then that may be our guide for increasing the other things. Just want to put that out there, that it could be dynamic and tied to the actual cost rather than just a fixed number. And that 2,400 was yesterday, right? Who knows what it is today?
So right now, we're proposing moving the space rentals up by $50 a month to $400. The cabin rentals from $450 to $650. And then I did not get a clear answer on the storage increase. Right now it's proposed at 25 to 35. Right now the math works out the same without making a change to the storage.
oh, well, I would still increase the storage, at least at 35.
Well, it is proposed
Oh,
at
that is.
35
So,
now,
so,
yeah.
so math works out by leaving the storage the same, dropping the cabin rentals and increasing the space rentals.
Yeah, assuming that we have 30 space rentals that are going up by $5 more than we had originally proposed, and 3 cabin rentals are going down by $50.
Yeah, and the storage rentals, that could fluctuate, because someone could, as you said, Bob, 6 to 7, maybe next year's only 4 to 5.
Right.
So storage rentals, we could always revisit this in a year.
Yeah.
And all of, really, the space rentals could drop too, actually, if somebody moves out. And because of the 10-foot separation, somebody doesn't move
Right.
in.
Right.
So
The
we
income-
could
the income
lose
will
some
certainly
income
drop,
there
yeah.
as well.
So is the board comfortable with that direction?
I want to ask about the cabins, what is the size of the cabins? How many bedrooms are in them? The people who are renting them, what, do they have are they more well-to-do than the people living in the trailers, or are they kind of the same economic status of the people in the trailers?
So the cabins are modest, one bedroom, small, probably 550 square feet-ish. And I don't really want to characterize the people that live there. It doesn't feel comfortable for me. But I would say that given the lack of response, there is an alarm. I mean, if you were looking for an alternative place for $650 a month, where would you look? So
is that,
Blanco County?
you didn't get a lot of feedback on this initial
Springfield.
proposal for prices?
There's no housing there.
Thanks.
And are there any trailers that the county owns on the whole mix that we are renting? Or are all of them trailers privately owned by somebody else?
you have spaces that you don't collect rent on that are tied to the Phillips. And you have the house, the ranch house. Everybody who owns a private unit is paying you rent, with the exception of the Phillips.
Okay.
And we're trying to disincentivize the storage, right? We're not trying to incent people to store stuff there. If we made some more storage spaces and advertised, we could probably fill it full of. So I'm just thinking, how are we pricing this to disincentivize, or it sounds like we've got people renting spaces who don't even live there because it's the best deal in the valley.
So we need to find out. We don't know that for
Familiar
sure.
with that phenomenon.
You're not familiar with that.
I think the reality is that this community has grown pretty organically, as has some of the spacing and such, and having the opportunity for storage that's not necessarily right with the unit, and possibly within that, whatever the separation is between the units, is probably a good quality of life thing to maintain. I think as we go forward with site planning, we need to be much more thoughtful about what that
Maybe
storage
that's when this
opportunity looks like, and
Right.
what, if any, rules are placed around it. But I think right now, it's a little bit of an ecosystem that's developed over time.
We don't want to
and,
disturb the ecosystem yet. We know we're making changes, so.
Yeah,
we wanna
and so
inhibit our ability.
it's more about minimizing those changes right now from staff's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
You guys get to give ultimate direction, and so if you want to disincentivize, you would probably want to up that price.
Or just say there can only be so many spaces.
Right.
Yeah.
Why, should we be looking at, right now, the Phillips, they've got their cabin, the large cabin, and they also have office space, a trailer.
There's a total of 3 of the mobile home units, as I recall, and the ranch house, and that history precedes me.
Right,
Goes
but
back
my
to
question is, or my point is, at least the one that they're utilizing as an office, they're not paying any space rental on that.
Is it a mobile home?
Yes, and it seems like they should be.
Well, that was part, I understand, of the contract negotiations, George, so we'll need to
When
look
we
at that.
hired him to
Yeah.
manage the property.
Okay, I didn't know that trailer was part of it, so we should just take a look at that.
Yep.
Do we need to be moving along here?
Steve,
We've
yeah,
got
we're gonna-
5 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to
In the
wrap this up.
storage rentals, I would only rent to people who are residents of the trailer
Yep.
park.
Right.
Well, we've already decided that.
If there are somebody's friend, Joe Blow, who lives somewhere else, who's storing their thing there and paying the rental, I would say,
Move along.
let's get them out of there.
Okay, and so we're keeping that 35. All right.
So this is probably the more complicated one. Unfortunately, I know we're coming to the end of our time.
We're looking at 50 for the space rentals.
Did
for
you go to
storage,
50 on
aren't we?
space rental? Sorry, I
Yeah,
missed
so
that.
just to repeat,
Thought he was-
space rentals, we had proposed $45 per month increase. We've now changed that to $50 per month increase for a total of $400 a month. Cabin rentals, we had proposed a $250 per month increase. We have reduced that to $200 per month increase, so going from $450 to $650. And then no change on the space rentals right now.
The storage rentals? I
And the
thought we were
storage-
increasing storage rentals to 50,
So that,
aren't we?
We don't
we
need to do
didn't have
that.
that.
Okay, we don't need to do that. Well,
Well, I would increase them. I'd keep
I would
at
increase
least the
them and put that
35
money
at least.
into wildfire
Well,
mitigation.
I'm sorry, they are proposed to go up $10 per month from $25 to $35.
So we're at 35 now after this
Now,
decision.
So that's where the conversation had
Right,
stopped.
I
So if
would like to
there's,
see them go to 50, but if the board's comfortable with just a $10 increase.
I'll go to
I think
50.
the more money we can put,
They'll-
minimally put into doing the things we need to do there in the interim, like wildfire mitigation and et cetera, I think we should have that fund because costs are just gonna go up.
If we go to 50, it helps hire and move things out. It incentivizes people to move stuff that they could afford to just leave sitting there for
so I'm
decades.
hearing two to
I'm
increase
comfortable
it
with
to
that. I don't know where
50.
the rest
So
of the board
what's-
is.
3.
What's the going rate at
Good with it?
other places for
Storage?
storage of vehicles?
$50 a
Yeah.
month at Smuggler Trailer Court to rent an extra guest parking space.
Just a parking space. Yeah, but you couldn't store a motorhome there.
And how about at the,
don't have a lot of
like, the
storage at the
storage unit places that rent?
The only one I know is down by Cattle Creek. It's $75 a month to park your RV there.
Right. So, okay.
So $50 would be
We're still well below
Still well
market
below
rate.
market.
equal to or lower than others, so.
Well, all these are way, way lower than anything.
Much lower than market
Like
rate.
Kelly said, she'd rather see the increase not being to where people live. And I agree. That's more important to me than the storage of something because you haven't been able to throw it away.
Okay. I think you have direction on that. Is that?
Yep.
Okay. A committee can get things
2 minutes per
done.
HUD.
Okay. Probably for the more complicated one, and Greg, this is the one that you're asking about is relocation
Right,
of homes.
right.
I'm good. I
Yeah.
just don't want
Let's
to
see
go
if
on
this-
for 12 hours.
All right,
So-
let's go for this, guys. Go ahead.
Made a few phone calls trying to find anybody that was willing to talk to me about moving pre-HUD mobile homes and was just about to give up. And someone from Gypsum returned my call and actually said, sometimes I can move those. He said, most of my experience is moving them to the landfill, but I have moved a few, and I'd be willing to come over and take a look at the situation. So we went crawling around mobile homes one day, and we looked at the 6 on the Riverview side, plus the private cabin that is on the Riverview side. And then we looked at the 3 that we previously identified as the potential greatest danger for debris flow over on the hillside. And it was a very, it was a great learning experience for me. And the kind of the short version of it was the more structural changes that somebody has made to their unit, the less likely it can be successfully moved. The nicer they've made it, the less likely it can be moved. The vinyl lining on the inside of mobile homes and the aluminum on the outside, the structure is designed based on those weight loads. And so we come in and say, gee, it would be nice if it had drywall and maybe some wood siding on the outside, and those can then render it unmovable. Or we need to blow out a wall and put on another bedroom because we had a baby and we went into the structure, and it's fine as long as it's sitting there. But when you go to pick it up and move it, then it's no longer movable.
And Greg, pre-HUD,
Somebody trying to get in? Sorry.
no, I think the door just locked because it's 5 o'clock.
It goes automatic.
Pre-HUD, so nobody can get in. Pre-HUD, you can move them if they're movable, you can move them within the same parcel. You can't move them off that parcel to another place.
So at the point that if the board were in the future to create different parcels, it would preclude this type of movement. But right now, this is all one parcel.
Right.
So we could move it within the park itself.
With all of the caveats and exceptions.
But with all of the
Bob
Right, that he
additions,
just
to the
described.
ones the ones that are post-HUD, with all the changes and additions and changing of the weight load, it's really fireplaces that are brick now that used to be wood burners or didn't exist at all. Those are significant issues to moving, and there's a lot of liability regarding damage during the moving process, destruction during the moving process in some cases.
And so you've identified 6 that actually could be moved?
So on the Riverview side, there would be the 6 plus the cabin, and of the 6 on the Riverview side, there were 2 that were no ways. There were 2 that were,
Maybe.
it's worth a chance. I mean, his mindset is this is either going to the landfill or it's being successfully relocated. And he doesn't guarantee anything. This is at the risk of whoever's paying him to do this. And so his sense of it is, if I move this and it makes it, great, and if it falls apart during the move, we're not out anything because it was a terminal trailer anyways.
Where would he be moving them to? The other side of Phillips? and
Across
bringing
the
them
river.
over?
Exactly.
Yep.
That in itself is difficult, because I think one of the things with, are they pre-HUD or post-HUD?
There's a mix of both.
Because if they're pre-HUD, I think the moving them is taking them out on public roads might be an issue. And I don't think they're going across that pedestrian bridge.
He's done it, so I don't know the
And I think
technicalities
we
of
need to
it.
look into that. That's one of the HUD restrictions,
Can't
I
swing it
think.
across the river with a big crane.
We were trying to get with some sense around is this even worth talking about? Because there had been so much uncertainty. Is before we go any further, let's look at these things and say, can they actually be moved? And so there were a couple that seemed pretty good, and there were a couple that he felt like probably. The cabin would need it's a different type, it's not a mobile home. And so it takes a jack system and it goes up on a flatbed.
Getting them in and
But he
out of
felt
there.
like that could probably make it. In part, it depend on where they're going to, and so we could. I mean, if we were trying to go up some hillside or something, that wouldn't work.
Make a raft and float down the
I was
river.
gonna
So
say,
the-
how do we get them off the parcel?
The real question now is, should we be talking
I think we
about this opportunity?
I think we
About
should
the
look at it.
relocation, it sounds like and what are we gaining? We're gaining an ancient building on a site, so the stock is gonna be as old as it is
Or throwing it in a
after a
landfill,
move.
which we don't wanna do either.
It makes me wonder if there's really a great gain in that.
Well, I think we should look at it, because there is a gain, I believe, and I would rather, if we're gonna do anything to not move them, we need to look at significant deconstructing of these units. There's a lot of them that have recyclable issues available for metals,
Sure.
et cetera. There's a lot of them that have hazardous waste in the vinyl, in the ceiling tiles with asbestos. There's a lot of issues to just flat out saying, we're just gonna take them to the landfill. And it would, unless we take them to South Canyon, I don't think they're gonna want them either, but that's.
But we could deconstruct.
But that would have to definitely,
That's part of the cost.
So
Steve.
part of the discussion should be with the person who owns the unit. If they want to move to the hillside, here's the cost to move your trailer to the hillside. You can do that, or they might rather buy a new modular unit to put in on the hillside.
And all we were trying to do here is put some information underneath this so that there was some, the conversation was a little more grounded of whether something could be moved or not.
So
And
we
then
know
on-
you can certainly move two or maybes, and then the other 2 plus the
Yeah, and
cabin
then
or
on the other side, on the hillside, where we have the debris flow, we hope to have the results for that to bring back to you in December with the site plans. But it was a little bit tougher over there. There was one that was a no, and then 2 kind of weak maybes. And one of them had a lot of modification. One was was a double wide that has been laid into the hillside, and the rim joist was in pretty bad shape. And so we were a little concerned about what happens when you try and actually move that. But if that gets to a point where that is a debris flow area that we have concern about, and that owner does want to pursue moving it, then there would be a little more detailed. I mean, we were crawling around in them, and underneath them, but we weren't the level of what you would do if you were ready to sign an agreement to move something. It was a very preliminary assessment of trying to provide people with some solid information. We did talk to all of the owners of the affected units. Most of them were there. All of them except for one were there, so they got to hear directly from this mover the same information that you have. So it was a chance to give people information as they're trying to figure out their future too. And
Sure.
we've been trying to be as transparent as possible, so that worked out well that so many people could be there.
Yeah, it's tough. A lot of moving parts, a lot of old moving parts that may not move well.
I think that's the other, is the liability issue. And, you know, that even
How
if we
many-
think we could move them.
I don't see it on here in December.
Right, no guarantees.
December 12th, I think?
Steve?
How many units are there that are within 10 feet of each other that would need to be moved to make the 10-foot fire code spacing?
I mean,
It's-
go ahead.
Well, it's a little bit challenging because
We don't have a
we're
meeting
still
on
looking at
December
that.
12th.
Some of them, you know, it depends, porches and storage and things like that. And so that will be a part of the evaluation that we'll bring back to you here in a couple of weeks.
There's somewhere it could be, rather than moving the home, just saying, you gotta remove this shed.
The additions, remove the additions, and then it would meet the fire code.
Or remodel the addition to allow 10 feet. There's been no effort to do any of that at this point because it's premature, but it could, it's likely that in some of the occasions, it would make more sense to do that than to try and move the trailer. And it would probably be in everybody's best interest to do a modification rather than to try and move it. It's maybe a third of the units will have some of that issue.
John, do you have any idea when it's on our agenda?
I see it on December 10th, maybe 3 o'clock.
It's not, I have exec session, special meeting for mill levies, that's our open space and trails joint meeting, X Games, leave policy, future calendars, airport curfew.
Let me check with Charlotte. I know Phyllis
I don't
was
see
working
it
with
on there,
her on
so
it,
just to let you know.
Okay.
Because our time
Thank you.
is filling up, and if we're gonna do it, we gotta get it on there, or we may not be able to do
It'll only
it.
take a few minutes.
Yeah, today.
Word processing's easy.
You have to go, is that what you just
I
said?
think
It's
actually
okay.
that really concludes the
enough?
conversation we are hoping to have today. We'll be back with site planning and infrastructure. That's going to be a more involved and complicated conversation. But I think we've gotten direction today on how to move forward, and we can start communicating
got
that
enough
to the
there?
community.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
You sure?
Thank
It
you.
looks like there's a lot of time on the 10th.
Yeah, I think it may not have made it on here. I think Phyllis was talking to Charlotte about getting that on, so it may not have made it on to this round.
Well, let's get it on.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for that. Very informative. It's always good to be reminded of what the challenges are.
George has.
George?
Oh.
Yep.
I got open discussion, so
Right, we still have open
We're not
discussion,
done, are
right?
we?
Well, I think Bob
they
and
can,
Laura are done.
you can go.
John?
It's
Oh,
almost just
Kelly's gotta
about
go.
Any
Uh,
open discussion?
first reading.
We're gonna go right to open discussion. Thank you. Thanks, Bob. Thanks, Laura.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, George had a comment you warned me about.
Oh no, what happened here?
You're warning us or something?
Well, just regarding APSHA.
Oh, yeah.
So, last week at APSHA, we passed on first reading two new guidelines that the board has seen in the past. And second reading is next Wednesday.
We're still having our meeting, if you guys could.
Sorry.
Sorry,
See you tomorrow,
Sorry,
Kelly.
George.
and we don't have the red line yet.
That's fine, I can give the basis, because the board has seen this in the past, but however, so two guidelines that we're going to go for second reading next Wednesday. One is the hiring of a hearing officer that we've had long discussions on. And so the board approved that for first reading, and so if you have any questions or issues, let me know on that. And the second guideline we passed, first reading, was a change in the fines and penalties. You've already seen the grids from stage 1 to stage 5 violations. We did make an amendment last week. We've got a baseline for every violation to start with, and we've got a little range to allow the hearing officer some discretion in terms of imposing a fine or a penalty. And we top that range at just 20% above what the base range is. So, for example, violation number 1, stage 1, the violation is, the baseline is $150, and then that could go up by 20%. So $180 would be the range.
Comfortable with this?
Yes, so Kelly and I are both comfortable with that.
So the maximum, the stage 5 then would be 180 maximum?
No.
Or each step?
Each stage has its own base beginning. But the top range is 20% consistently over each level.
And what it did for a lot of them is it actually narrowed the range of discretion for the hearing officer and the staff, because some of there wasn't a lot of consistency between steps, and a lot of them
Stage
got
5,
wide.
it went from $5,000 to $10,000. Huge range. So we decided to have it consistent along each level. So it's 20% is the top level.
Okay.
So that was a change on
That's-
that. And those are the only two guidelines that we are going to be making a decision on Wednesday. Thursday, we're actually having a special meeting. We're going to be going through all the other guidelines. However, Kelly is involved in putting together a public outreach starting in January and February to have a discussion with the public on all these guidelines. We'll have a facilitator, so no decisions will be made on any of the other proposed guidelines until we've had a chance to do public outreach.
I want to make one suggestion, and I don't know how it's going to go over, but I would like it to be discussed maybe. I've had people call me about their income levels. Their rents went up, and their income, you had to make less money, and the rents went up. So, and I'm not sure, but that's what I've been hearing on the street. The other thing is, and maybe we can do something with this, is there any way we could, upon proof of your healthcare and insurance premiums, deduct that from your income level? Because people are making the decision of paying their rent and having healthcare insurance. And I know Kelly says, well, what about childcare? But we're finding, I think, more repercussions from the healthcare issue, especially when it was mandated by the federal government, which may be coming back, we don't know. But I would like that to just be discussed as a possibility to assist people in having healthcare insurance.
Yeah, I can bring that up. It's sort of difficult how you come up with what that cost would be and what the difference
Well,
would be.
They show you their premiums, and it couldn't be more than X% of their.
It's similar to, it's a different part of the APSHA guidelines where there are exceptions defined that can be removed from the income consideration. And for some reason, I'm just not remembering any of the examples right now, but it'd probably be a different guideline amendment than what you guys are currently considering.
But if they're going to be looking at all the guidelines and amending them, I just want that part of the discussion. I've had somebody suggest, and I thought that was something that we may want to consider.
I don't think, I'll look at it. I don't think that's part of the guidelines we're looking at, but.
Yeah, I would like that to be talked about. Thank you. Thanks, George.
I don't know.
Okay, so that's what we'll be
You said
doing.
open
Yeah,
space
that
and
sounds
rental.
good.
Option.
Two things sound good.
I like
Both things we looked at, and I think they were both
Okay.
bold changes, so.
So tomorrow we're here at 10 o'clock,
10
right?
o'clock, ready to go.
And I have heard that the staff's presentation is about 45 minutes and the applicants is over an hour and something. So I don't know how that gets us to a noon break.
Question, yeah.
Yeah, pretty close.
board questions after a noon break?
Well, so we'll see how it goes.
See how it goes.
then-
If we can get to it sooner, we will, and then we're gonna go till,
And John, are you gonna have your little wonderful little timer on your
sign-up
iPad?
sheets,
I do have that
It's
still
got the
on
great
my-
timer for the 3 minute.
timer, public
We're gonna do
comment,
3-minute
note,
timer.
or, you
And
know,
I would suggest, since we might have people in the overflow room, if we do 3 people ahead, you know, Joe Smith, you're next, Mary Brown, you're next, and then those people can queue.
Yeah,
Sometimes
that's
it
a,
takes forever for people to get up and down out of their chairs.
I understand there might be a little bit of a delay between rooms too.
So I think we need
giving
to,
that
so
heads up
Greg,
would
if
be
maybe
good.
that's something for you to think
yeah,
about.
when I announce
Say,
it.
Joe, you're next, and then so-and-so and so-and-so are after that, please queue, so we can, because sometimes it takes people a long time to get up to the
The
podium.
clock starts as soon as we call their name.
Well, that'd be difficult if they're next
Yeah,
door.
they're
They're
gonna-
3 minutes
I think
away.
you guys are still,
I'm not talking to be that brutal.
I think you're still on grassroots by the time.